Good morning. We're about to start. Let's wait others to join. I'm waiting for other delegate members to join. Samina, Vivek sir, Prasoon sir, you can check your configuration. You're able to share your screen or not. Great, we all are set up and we are live on YouTube. I'm waiting for Sandeep Poddar sir to join in and then we can start.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning.
Can you hear him?
Hello. Yes, sir. Good morning,
Yes.
sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sorry, sir, because in meeting room it is not connected.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, now we can hear. Yes.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. All waiting to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
Another 3 months we can see you here only. And after that we'll see you live.
Okay, sir. Hope to meet you in Malaysia also.
Okay, of
We
course.
can't. Let us see when border open. Now post also closed.
Post, okay. Singapore border is closed?
No, Singapore only post going from Malaysia to Singapore. Other country all post also closed. Now.
Closed, okay. Lalit, you are closed.
Only one way can go, cannot come back.
Come on.
Good morning, Mr. Aditya, Dr. Prasoon. Sorry to be late.
Oh, no, perfectly okay.
No issue.
So, sir can start. I think sir started.
We'll just start waiting for Lalit to get in. Lalit is joined, but I can't see him. Now he's there. Chief man is there. Hi, good morning, Lalit. Unmute, Lalit.
Here, sir, all online going on. And Malaysia case also rise little bit now. So,
Okay.
here our state is under MCO still up to 20th December, the extent.
Okay.
Now, from today, they open the interstate travel and also inter-district travel.
Okay.
Otherwise, after 10 p.m., all closed.
Yeah, even in Udaipur, we have a curfew from 8 o'clock in the night to 6 o'clock in the morning.
Only school, college, online. Other office, limited staff working.
I think it's same worldwide nowadays. What time we start, Adit? 5 minutes, okay. डॉक्टर पाल का चेक करना जरा.
I think Samina, if you can check your microphone.
Yes. Am I audible?
Okay.
Aditya sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Lalit sir. Hi, Sandeep sir.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Waiting for Indrajit sir. Then we
Good
can.
morning, Aditya.
How are you doing, sir?
Can you,
Morning, sir.
I'm doing good.
Wonderful.
Aditya, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I'll put myself on mute.
Yes. अच्छा, ठीक है, ठीक है. Yes, so we can start. Good morning,
Good morning. Good morning.
Professor Pal. Yes, Professor Pal, good morning.
Good morning, Dr.
Good morning,
Prasad.
sir.
Okay, I have clicked on the broadcast button. Now we are live. Our participant will join. I can see already 60 participants have joined this webinar. So over to Samina, we can start. If all.
Thank you, sir. A very good morning and a warm welcome to one and all present here today. As fresh and pleasant as this morning is for all of us today, I, Samina Wagla from the Faculty of English Department, welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Indrajit Pal, and all the respected keynote speakers to this grand event. This event is being organized by Techno India NGR Institute of Technology in collaboration with Lincoln University College, Malaysia. So I welcome you all today on behalf of the entire team of Techno India NGR Institute of Technology. Today's conference on RACT, which means Recent Advances in Computational Techniques, aims mainly at presenting the ongoing researches being carried out in the field of environmental healthcare management. The primary focus of this conference centers on scientists, engineers, scholars, and all the students from universities across the globe. It also fosters the research relations between the universities and various other industries. This conference provides a wide platform and ample opportunities for all the foreign delegates to exchange new and innovative ideas, as well as their applications which help us in improving our ability to impart and establish business and research relations, and also provides opportunities to find global partners for future collaborations. So now I'd like to invite our Honorable Founding Director and Trustee, Mr. Raj Shekhar Vyas, to deliver the inaugural speech and commence the conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Samina. Good morning. I'm overawed by the list of eminent speakers, which is in front of me for RACT 2020. It's my honor, pleasure, and with gratitude, I need to mention the eminent speakers who would be interacting with students and faculty of Techno India NJR, Lincoln University, and other universities. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Podar. from our collaborating college partner, Lincoln University, Dr. Pal, Indrajit Pal of AIT, Dr. Margo from one of the greatest university in Asian subcontinent and US, Dr. Ciano from University of Salerno, and Dr. Michael from Rockla University in Russia. And the father, the mentor, the guru of Techno India NJR, my friend, my college colleague, Mr. Lalit Yagnik, whom you can see in very colorful clothes from Singapore. Lalit, you have disappeared, but we'll be waiting to see you again.
No, I'm not disappeared. I'm very much listening to every word.
But we can't see you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm here. I just thought that I will reduce the bandwidth by not being imposed, and I'm not formally dressed for a conference like a STEAM conference like this.
No. I think you're looking perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lalit, for what you have done in last 6 years for this college in a small city of Udaipur, converting this college, which was focused on engineering education, to a powerhouse with industry connect and world-class projects, which we are doing, our students are doing with various universities and industry partners like IBM and Oracle and many others. Thank you, Lalit. And I need to thank Dr. Sandeep Pudar, Dr. Indrajit Pal, and our own Dr. Prasoon from bringing in an element of research at this college. I was highly surprised yesterday when I saw a research paper written by a second-year student of Techno being published in Materials Today. I just saw the acceptance. Great work done by Dr. Chakravarti, well supported by Dr. Sandeep Pudar and Dr. Indrajit Pal. Thank you, sir. Both of you need our gratitude. Tomorrow is another interesting day where you'll have 5 very powerful speakers. Dr. Jinlu Hu from Waseda University, Dr. Hussain from Deccan, Dr. Kyong from another great university of Singapore, NTU, Dr. Jiang from Tsinghua University, which was, I think, ranked #1 in QS for computer science last year, and Dr. Andrew Ware from University of South Wales, under whom our own old man Lalit is doing his PhD. Welcome you all. It's a great opportunity for students of Techno to interact with powerful speakers as listed by me earlier. Thank you very much. I hope it's enjoyable, it's knowledge imparting, and gives more confidence to students to do more and more work with the luminaries whom you are going to hear today. Thank you and a good day.
And if you don't mind me saying one or two sentences in response to what you just said, two things I like to say. One is I'm thrilled, I'm privileged, and it's a lifetime opportunity to be associated with an education institute like Techno NJR. And I think on a second point, I would say that I have interacted and heard in webinars Dr. Poddar as well as Dr. Paul. Their passion and their commitment is outstanding, and I believe that this collaboration in conjunction with industry, I'll repeat that industry academia always have gaps, but one thing that Techno NJR is bridging, so the research, the projects, all that are aligned with industry academia. And I think that is a 1 + 1 = 11 opportunity, however small institute may be, but very few have that level of focus. So once again, thank you, Dr. Poddar and Dr. Paul, to be part of this partnership. But we definitely want to connect more industry with Techno as well as you. So with that, I wish you and everybody, including Dr. Chakravarti, a fantastic conference you have put together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lalit sir, for highlighting our college in such a beautiful manner. Highly grateful and appreciated. And thank you so much, Vyas sir, for your enlightening words. It's really an honor to have you as our mentor. Now, I'd like to call upon Mr. Aditya Maheshwari, Head of Industry Projects, NGR I3 Labs, to say a few words on behalf of the team Techno. Over to you, Aditya sir.
Hi, thank you, Samina. Very welcome to all of the panelists. I'm really excited to join the board. Let me share my screen with you so I can talk about the um, Techno. I can share about the Techno. Just a minute. Okay, just shared my screen with you guys. Let me close my. Okay, very welcome all of you, and I would like to say I would like to describe few activity of the Techno India NGO we are doing as an engineering college. Uh, I'm very happy. First thing first. Second thing, so Techno is something like is established engineering college spread across in 10 acres of lush green campus in Udaipur and is duly approved by AICTE India. So the college was established in 2008. It started serious effort to align its education to industry requirements in 2015. Vyas has already described about it, and let's pitch in to the college and give the exposure of the industry and academia relationship, where we also believed in philosophy of investing our student one third time on academic studies and two-third time on industry linked learning, which has transformed education and outcomes for student and faculty both way. Also, Techno India NGR's faculty members and students are highly qualified. I mean, the faculty members are highly engineering graduates, many of whom have written books on new technologies and published so many papers in last 2 years, and many have industry experience like Lalit. Techno India Agile faculties and mentors are industry certified to teach the subjects such as mastery certification from the IBM in artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud, information of things, blockchain, NVIDIA, Red Hat, so many like a Salesforce, Oracle, robotic process automation, Unity certification, many others in various fields. If we can say mechanical, Six Sigma, a kind of topic. Also, our Techno India NGR basically have three working perspective, which includes academics, research, and industry level technology certification aligned to the industry. So our students always remain in the top way to the industry. With the academics, we offer Bachelor of Technology in almost all engineering branches like a computer science, circuit-based branches, civil, mechanical, which is aligned with the Rajasthan Technical University quota. Also, our student and faculties are working on various projects with reputed foreign universities such as Nanyang Technical University, Singapore, Tsinghua University, China, and so on. Students have research visits lined up also with these universities, but due to COVID-19, all are postponed for the 2021 year. So our college foundational skills mainly in the data analytics, health informatics, Google Cloud such as Bluemix, now known as the IBM Cloud, cognitive capabilities such as Watson, further enhanced with the OpenShift, Red Hat, RPA, Salesforce, so many things, which is uh, through that we have installed our own premises cloud computing infrastructure, which allow our student to uniquely experiment with hybrid cloud and even deploy, manage a commercial project of institute. Also, our college has started growing in research field in last 2 years. Our faculties and students are doing extensively data analytics works in health of informatics with guidance of research industry pioneers such as Prasoon sir, Poddar sir, and Indrajit Pal sir, and conclude almost 60 research papers and 2 patents in last 2 years. Now, I would like to align our industry-aligned training and projects where we investing our two-third time of student and faculty to empower them with the technology, the futuristic technology leader. Rather, I would like to call them as an early stage student developer for the industry. So as we have implemented project-based learning model for education, which has transformed learning, like projects are leveraged for impactful learning about the academic and industry topics such as cloud, big data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, and how such projects are executed, like a methodology we have, or we have approaches by industry. As a result, students are delighting professionals at the partnering in industry organization, particularly in new technologies such as big data and cloud. Many projects in conjunction with industry, government, and other universities continue to provide actual experiment learning for students. Some examples includes like this is like a lake monitoring system. Our students have developed a lake monitoring system, which is actually a water monitoring quality measurement system, and they have installed uh, one sensor box. We can say a black sensor box into one of the our Udaipur lake in Fateh Sagar, and they are continuously gathering the information of the pH, turbidity, TDS, dissolved oxygen, temperature, kind of stuff. With that, our Udaipur government authorities and general public can see water quality of the lakes through one mobile application. Their mobile with the help of data analytic algorithm. So entire collecting information, gathering to that cloud, and we are doing some required insightful data analytics on that, and we're giving the real time data solution to the public for particular health of lake. Another project I would like to discuss is the farmer application, which is adopted by the government of Rajasthan and awarded for the rupees 10 lakh as a recognition. So this is artificial intelligence based application for farmer, which is solving the farming related issues with the help of mobile application itself. So it's have an augmented reality and artificial intelligence cognitive capabilities in the mobile application. Through that, any layman or uh, farmer can take a help from the that particular application to solve the farming related issues or problems, I can say. Another example I would like to give is Data Corp, which is a kind of digital police kind of platform. So the Data Corp platform is an attempt to empower the vulnerable section of society through the use of technology. With increased attention on crimes against women, the Techno NGR team has presented a technology solution to prevent major crimes against women. Going forward, the system can be used to prevent all kind of weaker section of the society, maybe be these maybe women, older generation, or children. So our team Techno present this idea and developed the entire solution in one of the national level competition held in New Delhi on 31st October 2018. This event was organized by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Law and Justice. Our college got prize directly from the Honorable Minister Sri Ravi Shankar Prasad that time. Also, I would like to highlight the activity from the mechanical department. Our mechanical department students are doing continuously projects kind of HVC and ATV. Recently, they have developed an all-terrain vehicle which is designed for rough and highly hilly terrain while ensuring the safety and fuel efficiency of the website. The HV car is designed to work on petrol as well as electricity. The vehicle can be switched from electrical motor and petrol engine and vice versa, depending on power and fuel efficiency requirement. Right now, students also working on the e-bike project, which is actually, they have converted KTM bike into an e-bike by replacing the engine and transmission system with electric motor and a battery. This e-bike can reach a speed up to the 75 kilometer per hour. Now, I would like to highlight the civil engineering department projects. They have recently uh, they have recently developed one rainwater harvesting system for the national highways by using GIS and field survey, and at presented at the Niti Aayog at the national level event. Also, Team Civil have developed or invent a new technology for producing bricks from industrial and domestic weight, and they have drastically reduced the price of that each brick cost only rupees 3. The USP of that project is that they are built for efficiently utilizing waste from plastic, marbles, and other industry wastage. Tests have shown the bricks to be lightweight, durable, non-pronounced, and recyclable. The prototype performance on parameters of strength, soundness, bonding with mortar, drop test, and hardness test is comparable to that of first-class bricks, while the weight is almost 30% less. And now I would like to cover the recent project we are doing. Techno is doing in a response to the crisis of the COVID. So Techno NGR team set out to build a mechanical ventilator, putting it together within a couple of months. The ventilator, made using equipment available locally, has an electric system that controls the flow of air volume and with the ability to sense the flow and to deliver the desired volume of air into the patient. The probably tentative price for a basic unit would be less than rupees 20,000, which is about 10 times cheaper than the commercial ventilators. This is the video of that particular ventilator, which is BVM, bag wall mask, and trying to pushing the ambu bag for the air and out. Also, as I have discussed, that we have set up our own premises public cloud infrastructure in our college, which support 100 virtual machines, 400 cores, 256 GB RAM, almost 1,000 TB disk with the campus to handle the big data capabilities such as Hadoop and all kind of things, where we can train our students on handling and managing of the cloud. This provides a unique hands-on learning for our students. With that capability, recently we worked with the government of Rajasthan. So this is the latest example of project-based learning with Techno IC Cloud and its large capacity for big data and end-to-end project exposure, where Techno NGR developed a management suite or management system application, whatever you want to say, with the Rajasthan government for COVID-19 isolation patient with our very own on-premise cloud, where we are storing data and treating them with the big data solution and doing sort of data analytics as per the government requirements for the insights. Although initially objective was to collect data on quarantined individuals, such as text location coordinates, videos in real-time mode, team realized that this data could provide for a big data analytics and AI ML opportunities, and for which it is needed very large data storage. So we have set up the big data on our on-premises cloud infrastructure. And also a few students and few faculties are working with those data to come out with a few publications. And also now come on the hackathon part. So NGR team has the distinction of being selected by Ministry of Human Resource Department and AICT as one of the 28 noodle centers for world's largest hackathon, which is known as Smart India Hackathon. The three edition had in 2017, 18, and 19. It has been selected yet again as a noodle center for SIS 2020 recently, which has been postponed due to COVID-19 situation and conducted online. Being a nodal center for 3 years has Techno NGR expertise in organizing hackathons, including hosting more than 500 students from across the country for 3 days at the airport. We have mentored more than 100 students teams of Techno NGR who were selected for Smart India edition 2017 to 20, and almost 10 teams won award at these events. Techno students team have won many hackathons like an IBM Tech Geek Code Gladiators, Capgemini Tech Challenge, FinTech Challenge, Hack GSF, NEC Innovation Hackathon, such as. Techno students also have been invited to so many conferences such as IBM Developer Connect, IBM Code, IBM Asia Pacific Summit, and to present their work on the cognitive capabilities such as IBM Watson. So with that demonstration, I would really appreciate your efforts to hold this conference and give us a chance where our faculties and students can present their work and can share our ideas with you, and you can also interact with them, and we all are happy to join this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditya sir. It was a wonderful presentation, and we are really obliged to have you on board with us and listen to this wonderful presentation about our college.
Thank you very much.
So, moving on, now I would like to invite our patron, Professor Prasun Chakravarti, to throw some light on the event. Over to you, Prasun sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Samina. So, a very good morning to all of you. I welcome you all to this international conference on recent advances in computational techniques, RACT 2020, to be held at Techno India Engineering Institute of Technology in collaboration with Lincoln University College, Malaysia. At the very outset, I am really grateful Professor Indrajit Paul for being the guest of honor. He is an authority in the field of throughout our Asian subcontinent and also in abroad also. I am extremely thankful to Professor Sandip Poddar, who is a renowned scientist in the field of healthcare informatics, and he has taken a lot of pain to ultimately collaborate with the proceedings of this particular conference with a renowned Elsevier Scopus Index journal. I am actually thankful to all the excellent faculty members of Techno India India and the management who have supported a lot, which the conference has ultimately been organized today. Just to tell you in a brief that Techno India India is a very means recent institute which has actually been growing both in the sectors of industrial projects and research. The vision of our Honorable Director, Mr. R.S., and the implementation led by means excellent scientist and our mentor, Mr. Lalit Yagni. Later on, we'll take his candidature, so that and the brilliant faculty members and the students. So just to brief you slightly within 2 or 3 minutes in research that our faculty members and students have more than 300 research papers in SCI Scopus Web of Science Index. Data analytics, health informatics, mobile computing, say psychology, and our faculty members have written 25 books, and one of the books has been worldwide sold in a very good manner and translated in 9 different languages. As research, along with that, some funded projects also there, and our faculty members, they are pursuing their PhD College Malaysia, Manipal University, Jaipur, University of South Wales, UK. One faculty, senior faculty member is also pursuing DSc, Sambhalpur University. We have several renowned adjunct professors with our institute who used to deliver expert lectures from time, but as a result of which our students get some exposure and our faculty members also get an opportunity to pursue collaborative research work. Right from the beginning, that means the led by Mr. Lalit sir, the industry relevant all courses and the from AIT and Professor Sandip Poddar, they have shown their interest and they have been an institute in sort of collaborative means dual degree programs which will shortly be in place in the future. The students actually have excelled their innovative ideas along with their mentors, and hence many of them they have been recently selected as research intern of 1 week or 2 weeks at National University of Singapore, Nanyang Technological University of Singapore, AIT Bangkok, University of Malaya, Lincoln University College. Our international research collaborators include Professor Indrajit Paul of AIT Bangkok, Professor Sandip Poddar of Lincoln University College, Dr. Indonil Sengupta of North Dakota State University, USA, Professor Jonathan Andrew Webb of University of South Wales, UK, Dr. M. Naidu of King City of Saudi Arabia, Dr. Jinlei Jiang of Tsinghua University, China, Professor Jinglu Hu Waseda University, Japan, and Professor Pierluigi Sayano of University of Salernitana. I am really thankful to Director and Trustee Techno India Engineer RSPS, who has actually supported, and Mr. Lalit Yagni, our Chief Mentor and Industry Alliance Mentor, Dr. Amia Bhumi, Vice Chancellor of Lincoln University College, Malaysia, Dr. Sandeep Poddar, Senior Research Director, Lincoln University College, Malaysia, who has taken care of the publication part and all the papers he has reviewed twice or thrice, and my friend Dr. Indrejit Pal, who in spite of his busy schedule has accepted the invitation of guest of honor, and Karthikeyan A.S. means the reviewer of the papers. That by virtue of the lectures, inaugural speeches, the keynote speeches, and the paper presentations, the participants will get some idea regarding the recent advances going on in computational fields. And this is just a request to all the participants. And rather, after the end of the conference, please be in touch with the eminent speakers, the foreign speakers, and to exchange your innovative and research ideas with them, so that it is actually sort of means collaboration time. With this, I hope that after the end of today, this conference will definitely be benefited, you will be benefited, and this conference will be actually be ended in a flying colors. So thank you so much, and I welcome you all once again to RACT 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prasoon sir, for bringing such name and fame to our college. Also, thank you so much, Lalit sir, for contributing so much from a distance very far away from Techno. We highly appreciate you and your efforts, Prasoon sir, and we are highly privileged to have both of you on board with us. Now we have among us Professor Sandeep Poddar from Lincoln University College, Malaysia, who is currently working as the Chief Executive Editor of Malaysian Journal of Nursing and is the Founder Executive Editor of Malaysian Journal of Medical Research, International Journal of Business and Tourism, and International Journal of Advancement in Life Science Research and Lincoln News. He is also one of the editorial board members of IJBST Journal Group. We are highly privileged to have you among us, sir. I'd like you to welcome on stage to give us an insight about your prestigious institute. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Samia, for inviting me, and also, of course, the organizing committee, Rajsekhar sir, Meher sir. As a director of Techno India, I'm grateful to you for giving me this opportunity to invite me. Dr. Lalit sir from Singapore, thank you sir for being with us in your busy schedule, and also Dr. Indrejit sir, thank you for being present with us. Yes sir, thank you. And of course, the organizing committee, I have seen that two organizing secretary very active, and even Yogendra sir has emailed me yesterday and today also morning WhatsApp me that join, this is the link, you got or not. But still I joined late because you know there is lockdown and very limited staff working. So IT staff go to other buildings, so I have to manage myself in this room. So that is the means drawback from my side. Sorry for that. And of course, I should mention Mr. Aditya, Mr. Jogendra, Dr. Vivek, all the participants of this gathering of recent advances in computational technique today and tomorrow we are going to held. And I must tell that I have seen there is 19 over paper I have handling. Means they are submitted to me, forwarded. I have forwarded to materials today proceeding, Elsevier journal, and 15 of that I have submitted already. Within that, 5 already what we call accepted or acceptance letter, and within that there is some is like supply chain based, some is piezo based, piezo by motor, piezo based electric by machine learning classifier, like that type of articles, and some are under review still, like breast cancer, on tumor and data science, etc., etc. So there are different types of articles I have seen by the participants, and yes, I have worked with all the participants individually. Some I have called them. Like yesterday, also one of the students called me, and I told what to do, the reference study, etc., to what we are doing. And she told that I am in a party, so maybe sir, can I do it tomorrow morning? Actually, yes, of course, because we have to train them, that not that we have to spoon feed them. Because if I can edit, but if they edit, they know how to be means how to write an article and what is the drawback we can overcome. If I write, or suppose Dr. Ingres said write, of course it will can go that is, we know how to write and what is the thing we have to include where. But we have to train the student. That is our motto for this conference also. That not only sharing view, as just now sir showed the different types of activity going on in Techno India in the leadership of RACT sir, and we must know that yes, as he is forcing the student and we are encouraging the student to do this. So this is the thing we expect from an institutional leader and all the institutional professors and teachers. Our job is the social responsibility from us, that we must train our students so that they can lead the way in the future. So I must tell that Brasler has given total support, financial support for publications, charges, etc. But of course, that is most important thing, and also the all the works carried out in Techno India. So much investment and etc. Without his support and without his encouragement, it is impossible. So all the acknowledgement papers we have mentioned that this thing, the Techno India management team, we have grateful for this type of means support from the facility to do this project works and etc. And I must tell that we have also filed some patent with Dr. Prosun helped us, and we have filed this. Maybe we get it means filed, and maybe after 3-4 years it will be sanctioned. We don't know. It is after the time tells. So and also this year we have organized one international webinar with Indonesia, Bengkulu University, one of the public university, and Techno India Indian Institute and Lincoln University College. Three institutes together we have joined, and we have conducted that international webinar. And of course, Mr. Varsha told that we know that Techno India founder also have some connection with Malaysia. So I invite all the Techno India participants to visit Malaysia when the border open. And of course, Prosu said no, that he has sent some students also previously for training purpose in our campus. So let us hope for the better, and we will not take much time because we are running late. Of course, I know that. Thank you and for calling me and collaborating with Lincoln University College. Now I should tell that Lincoln University College also get QS World Ranking. It is this year 2021 in 351 rank, and of course it is Times Higher Education and Ministry of Higher Education 5-star rank. And as Samina told you, that journals, yes, journals we have indexed in Ministry of Malaysia, my site index journal, both MJ, MJMR, IGRTVT, and IJHMS, 4 journal. Now at least means we have registered under the indexing body of Malaysian Ministry of Education. So we hope that our collaboration is strengthened more further with the help and blessings of all of you, and of course, sir, from all of your support. Rajshekhar sir, Rajnish sir, and all the dignitaries I have seen, we have connected, Dr. Prosun, of course, and he and myself have seen that we have invited the advisory board, and all the panelists in this conference have been very much well appreciated and immediately give response that yes, we are with you. So that is our great opportunity to get their acknowledgement and presence, like all of you are present today in this Abbas gathering. Thank you and welcome all of you. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Ms. Samia.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and speech. We highly appreciate it, and we hope that you will stay associated with Techno India NGRs the same way that you are right now. Now I'd like to invite our duly respected guest of honor, Dr. Indrajit Pal, who is presently serving as chair at Disaster Preparedness, Mitigation and Management Program at Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Prior to this, he has also served as a faculty member at Center for Disaster Management at Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Missouri, India, which is a premium national institute for training administrative services officers, and has done extensive research work on the capacity development of decision makers, risk assessment, and disaster risk governance. He has also, under his name, 6 books and more than 55 articles in international and national peer-reviewed journals, having more than 15 years of experience in research and capacity development on disaster risk management. He will be delivering a speech today on the topic disaster mitigation during the new normal, which we are very much looking forward to. Sir, it feels real pleasure to invite you to come on stage and enlighten us with your highly valuable words. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Samina. Let me check. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah, first I'd like to thank to the organizer, especially Mr. Lalit and Mr. Vyas, and also my friend Prasun. So we are talking for long for this conference, and I'm also in touch with a few of your colleagues with Techno India. I'm really delighted to have my speech today here as a guest of honor. It's really honor for me. It's busy time for us here because next week is our convocation. And these are 3 batch actually. We are giving convocation in one program. So there are 3 batches together. So it will be a very big program, and it's a physical program actually. So in Thailand, it's allowed now. Situation of Thailand is a little bit better. I'll show you in my slide also. I'm representing AIT in terms of like disaster mitigation management program. This is a program started about 12 years back. AIT is about 65 years, about 65 years old institute in Southeast Asia. Our student strength is about like 70% of the students from outside Thailand and 30% of Thai students. So mostly from abroad, from 32 countries representing. This is my brief. Already Samina explained about my detail. Just to highlight about few things, like I'm one of the person like interdisciplinary program I'm running here. In this program, actually, there are science and technology as well as a social science. So this mix actually we are trying to implement through the courses, different courses. Right now, I'm handling 3 major projects. One project is from UK Research Fund, that is GCRF Global Challenge Fund. It's about 15 million pound project globally. So I'm one of the co-principal investigator from this side of the world, from AIT. I'm the principal investigator. And also some of the projects from the World Bank on the capacity development of the Pakistan government, as well as working for the Indian government and Bangladesh government as also. So this program actually catering to the engineering science and also development studies. As I mentioned, this program in AIT, we are primarily postgrad. There is no undergraduate program. So that is the area actually we are working on with Techno for last couple of months. And Prasun is very much proactive in this particular activities. We're trying to develop like some sort of bridging program or joint program with AIT and Techno, especially on the disaster management and also other subjects. So the students who are graduating from Techno can join AIT or some of the models we are trying to think So right now the things are process are going on. Hopefully by next year something will be coming up. I'm sure like Mr. Vash and I mean your authority also planned to visit AIT, but unfortunately could not make it because of the COVID. If you see the data for the last few months, this is the data for last year. We have plotted about like mostly hydrometeorological hazards. So this region, actually India and the entire Thailand and this Southeast Asia, is primarily prone for many different type of hazards. So it's nothing new. Now the problem is what I'm going to explain today is about few of the hazards are there before, but now with the COVID, the situation become more complex. So how to handle this complex situation in future? Because it will not going to end now or maybe in very few months. So possibly we need to handle this type of multiple hazards together for years. So these are the area actually we need to develop our resilience from all aspects, in terms of education also, in terms of sort of society also. So my concern is how we can develop the resilience. So in the normal curve, if you see this particular diagram, in the time domain, if you see like there are events, means some sort of disruption. It could be disaster, it could be something else. And during the disaster, the some society is going down, or maybe the country level or the individual level also. And coming back to the normal stage is called the resilience. How fast we can come back, like the country like Singapore and Japan, they're quite resilient. So they're coming back to the normal curve very faster than the country like the low income country and middle income country also. So as per the definition from the UN and other organizations, the resilience is of the system is about the ability to handle the disruption and how fast they can come back. This is the prime concept from Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, definition of the risk, how they are perceiving about the risk. My whole discussion possibly will be coming up with a few new terminologies on the disaster context. So this IPCC AR5 is started in 2014. And this is one of the definition we are following. I mean, many of us are following in the research domain and also in the implementation. Like we need to understand the hazards in different contexts. Now I'm talking about like hazards in natural as well as the health and the vulnerability and exposure. So exposure part, before the discussion, you heard about from Mr. Lalit, like the Singapore is actually banned for the travel. In many countries also banned for the travel. So they are trying to reduce the exposure part from the both sides. Now I'd like to explain a little bit on the Thailand context, what Thailand is doing right now on the COVID. This is a timeline from 2019 to 2020. The whole process started in 2019, December, but in January, we got the first case in Thailand. After that, in the month of February, almost every airport, they have started closing it. So I was traveling to India during end of February for some meeting. So that time the airport is almost closed. Very few aircrafts are going to India and other places also. But India also got that cases during that time, but we have not reacted that time that much. We have started reaction or some process maybe end of March 26 or 28. So these are the timeline of the reaction, and you can see the curve. At present, the scenario for Thailand is about 4,000 plus is the total COVID case from the beginning, and about 60 death from the beginning. So this is the very low number as per the population is concerned, and also in terms of the tourist destination. So it's a very popular tourist destination. So lots of tourists and lots of people from many countries. So still they have mitigated in terms of various segment. So there are impact also. There are impact also from each of the segments, like is economically impacted, socially impacted, and also in various as politically also impacted. So my concern is here we have tried to tabulate two things together. One, left side is the time period for the hazard of COVID, which is following that timeline from December 2019 to May or October 2020. On the right side, on this part is actually about the drought. As you know, like Thailand is also very much prone for hydrometeorological hazards. So primarily flood and drought. So from last year, there is a low rainfall all across the provinces. I mean, so that's why like there is a meteorological drought right now. So this is also overlapping with the COVID situation, and whole things got compounded impact. On the top, if you see, like we have tried to see what are the sectors actually sort of impacted by this COVID and also by the drought. So first one, economically, tourism is one of the contributor for the GDP of the country. Export is one of them. So these 2-3 things actually impacted a lot. Socially, migrant workers, laborers, old and disabled people. These also, I think, many of the things are common in many countries. And the fourth one is most important, especially for the academician like me and all our dignified friends today present in this panel on the educational gap. We know like there is a gap of uh, the internet penetration. So we can talk about the online classes, but how many people can attend the online classes for the higher education as well as the schools? I have tried to do one global survey. Is still going on. Uh, I got response from 270 responders across the globe, about 45 universities. Uh, so the things are like accessibility is very much contextual in the country. In the east part or the Southeast Asia, the penetration of the internet is about 50%. So the 50% people don't have access to the internet at all. And if they have access, we don't know the speed. So it's online class, I mean, is not very much feasible or not very much effective in total. So that need to be studied further. So you have not done full study, and there are many studies also going on this particular context. This is the meteorological drought, as I was mentioning, in Thailand from 2018 and 19. You can see 19, the things are a little bit uh, extensive than 18. And in 2020 is also things are much, much severe. Okay, I'm skipping that part. So this is the last part from the drought situation on Thailand, combining with the COVID. We have many examples in India as well. Uh, it's overlapping with drought, it's overlapping with flood, it's overlapping with many other disasters as well. So this is the sort of new normal mitigational challenges for us, for all the governments and the local people also. So people are equipped with or having some plan to mitigate drought. People are having some mitigational plan for flood, but together with the COVID, there is no plan so far. And that's why for the cyclone also same. So we need to have some sort of integrated plan now. And there are a few challenges also in Thailand. You can see that this is a very recent picture, not now, for 2 months before. Okay. There are a few examples on the right side from UN organization. So if we see the humanitarian emergency and relief coordination, there are a few segments. So these are the segments actually giving the direction for the sustainable development goals. What is the challenges also by the governments to achieve by 2030. So these are the things called SDG goals. There are 17 goals all across, and all the UN signatory countries are following to achieve these goals through the developmental plan for the country till 2030. We have given some example here, like from Pacific Island cyclone to flood in Canada and flood in India as well. There are a few floods occurred during this COVID period I'm trying to talk. This is one of the major example from east part of India in Kolkata and Bangladesh. There was a cyclone called Amphan, it's category 5 cyclone. And that time the evacuation process started 3 days before. There was early warning system in place. But the point is we have real challenges to accommodate that group of people who are evacuated from their houses to the evacuation center, because we have to maintain that social distancing and also the hygiene perspective. So that is very much challenging for the authority. We can comment on this, but it's very, very difficult for any government or any people. So this is not for one cyclone in Kolkata and Bangladesh. There are few examples in Philippines, also in China, east part. These are the few examples like fixing of the, I'm tried to put the photographs from Kolkata city and also the livelihood things. This is one of the concept in some of the journals we are trying to pursue right now. Um, uh, Left side is the pre-existing risk. What I was talking about, there are natural hazards which are pre-existing. We know a little bit more on this side. The red part is completely new. These are the evolving risk. So we don't know the exact risk, how much risk is right now. Combining these two things together is existing. So we need to calculate this part. So these are the combining part and coming up with the impact with the combining hazard. Right. So these are the example of the cyclone shelter. And certainly this is not maintain the social distancing and also other norms mentioned by WHO for COVID. There are a few examples in Bihar during this time, Bihar flood. And very recently, 29th of November, there was also volcanic eruption in Indonesia. So combining this couple of things actually is very challenging. This is very normal graph for the disaster management cycle. So when the disaster occurs, we need to start the response, then after reconstruction, and then mitigational measures and other things are going on after the disaster is over. But my point of concern is here, the red dots. These are the few areas in each of the segments are facing real challenge due to the COVID. Like how we'll make the evacuation plans, whether the evacuation plans before and after of COVID is the same or different. Construction of the shelters, early warning system is also there, but it will not change much because it's sort of only the warning system. It's not people involved. Evacuation drill, health system is already overwhelmed. How it can be handled? There are a few more points actually. All the red dots is actually facing the dual disaster challenges. Okay, this is our recent activity right now. We're trying to do also to understand the food security. If the import and export is stopped or minimized, what will be the scenario for the country, or what are the scenario for the local government? So we have tried to come up with some maps here with different scenarios. Some and also there are some numerical model also run through the open source software called R. This paper is already published and in international journal. Maybe we can share if somebody is interested. Okay, so these are the few approaches in the new normal situation. One would be the first one is the integrated concept of human security and new policies. So as I mentioned, we have the policy. Most of the countries having policy on the disaster and also on the health. But combining these two integrated policy, I don't think like there are many countries who are having this integrated policy. So these are the areas maybe we need to think on the integrated policy. Also, we need to put the priority for the protecting human life, which will be there was also many debate also, it's a life or livelihood. If you protect life, then livelihood will be gone. If you protect livelihood, life will be gone. So which one come first? So we don't know. Third one is a focus on the vulnerable groups. Now the definition of vulnerable groups changed. Previously, the vulnerable group definition was little bit the location based or the economy based and the social based, but now possibly it's also exposure based. Fourth one is engage local organization and communities. This is also one of the need right now, like how people will be self-sufficient, and that comes back to the concept of the resilience. And the fifth one is a risk communication with the scientific knowledge. This part is very, very important to communicate the information from the scientific group to the decision-making groups. I was involved with the Indian government that IS Academy training program for about 8 years. Almost visited every state of India. but the risk communication part is real challenge. Like what like NIT, big universities and IITs are doing, what type of research are going on in that particular province, that particular state and particular district. That is not very much well aware about this. I mean, that administrative groups are not very much well aware about that facts. So we need to percolate down that information, what type of research is, whether that research is usable or not. I'm very delighted to know about Techno India's activities is really useful for the society. So that is very much a reality we need to explain to the administrative groups. So this is the present scenario of a dual disaster situation. On the first strike, we have response, then is a transition, like the process of the recovery. And then the recovery is done. Then again, the second wave part came, and the second wave, third wave, and fourth wave not necessarily will be the COVID wave. It could be any other type of disaster also. So these are very much, it's called spiral diagram for multiple hazards. So when one recovery phase is done, then another part will be coming. So till the time it will go on and go on. So we don't know what we are putting the vaccine and immunization here, but still this is going on for last 6 months. We are hearing like the vaccines are coming, but it's not that easy also to get. So with that, I'll try to conclude. This is my recent 4 books published. There are 4 or 5 are in pipeline for next year. This is one of the book is actually the textbook for the undergrad and postgrad students. And I'll stop. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time.
Thank you very
So
much,
it's
sir.
a really great idea. Okay, Aditya sir.
Yeah, I would like. See, I have one question as well as I want to, I would like to conclude the Indrajit sir's talk as well. With the last session of yours, sir, I have also 2 questions, and you solved those 2 questions of mine. See, the novel coronavirus disease, like COVID crisis, has significantly redefined the humanitarian emergency paradigm and changed our understanding of disaster management in several ways. As so far I'm connected with the engineering education system, we are actually trying to handle the online education system in such a way which is almost equal to disaster management as well, because to handling all the students queries and the online platform and assignments and so many things. So can you just I know this is little bit off bit of your topic, but I was really excited with this topic. So can you just help us out that how we can inspire the student to handle all kind of online activity, just like we handle the disaster management things, because students are nowadays are get bored with online things, assignments and everything.
Yeah, Aditya.
So few points, sir.
Yeah, thank you. If I could answer this right now in one line, first thing I may get Nobel also, because this is globally, that and there is no one line answer. But this is challenge for every organization. Since I am also handling the organizational part, we face real challenge from the first part of the semester. I mean, in AIT, we are running this whole process right now as a hybrid mode. Like students are in the campus, we are going to the office almost regular. So there is no work from home right now in Thailand. So school, college, everything is on, but there are students who are not able to join in the class, right? So our classroom is right now with many cameras, like at least 2, and a few displays. So we are interacting jointly, like some students are sitting in front of me in the class and some students are sitting sort of online. But that is not the solution. That is part of the solution. And we achieved a lot, through this process, because nobody, and also it's recorded. So those who are not able to attend that, they are sort of listening to the video later on. That is one way. But the real challenge is for us actually is the time zone. Like for the international universities is the time zone. Like some students are participating from Africa, 5 hours minus, and some students are participating from Fiji, 5 hours plus. So,
That's
so it's like we can't hold any class. Like some students are attending class in the night, like 11 o'clock, and some students are having morning 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. So it's very, very difficult for us also, and many of the international universities to run the concurrent sort of or real-time classes. But discussing with the interest, that part is really challenging. How best we can deliver. We have modified the course module. We have changed the pattern of delivery. And also the assessment process also changed, because right now all exams we are taking online. There are few websites, there are few softwares also we are using. So we redesigned our assignments, we redesigned our case studies and the whole module basically. And that took a lot of time this semester for us. And I was interacting with some of our colleagues in UK as well. So they are also revising their courses. And in Vietnam also they are doing same. I think in Singapore and other places also, there most of the universities are trying to do changes in the course curriculum compatible with the online system, because the online course is little bit different teaching process than the conventional teaching process. So we also need to learn. Like all faculty are not sort of very much conversant with the camera and the interaction as well, and also
actually.
technical challenges. Like we always need to see like who are going off, who are not. sort of. So there are many parts of this sort of process. I mean, it's not one, but I agree with your point. Like there are real challenges.
This is like long story short. This is a new normal today.
Yes.
Because yeah, thank you very much, Professor. Uh, Audience, do you have any questions for sir? If you have any question,
Anyways, I am dropping my email. I have to run to other meetings. Sorry for that.
Sure, sir. No issue, sir.
Yeah. So, and I'll drop my email. If any questions, please write to me. I'll try to respond as fast as possible.
Definitely. It was a wonderful session, sir. It's really delighted.
Okay. Thank you.
Over to Samina.
Thank you so much.
It was really an honor for us present here today to listen to your valuable speech, sir, and we highly appreciate you taking out your valuable time from your busy schedule to deliver this speech for this conference. And we hope that as the situations have improved in Thailand, we soon will have the same case in India, so that we can also adjust with the new normal, and we can change the normal in a different way.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So now it is time for all of us to proceed with the conference. I'd like to invite our first keynote speaker, Professor Sandeep Podar, who will be delivering a speech on IoT application and recent trends. Over to you, Sandeep, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just 1 minute. Go. Okay, just share the screen. Good morning. My screen is visible, I think. So
Yes,
I
sir.
welcome all of you in this. I have already welcome message given, and just now Dr. Indrajit also talked about his experience on GIS technology, and he is very expert on this field. All of us know geography and etc. I just want to highlight, as all of you, all of us is waiting for IoT and recent trends in computational techniques. So it maybe we are heard the terms IoT, Internet of Things. That Internet of Things is not that it come without the computer. First is computer, then only Internet of Things. So now when we are using a computer, we use now C drive. So many of us, the new students who are as a means like my daughter, etc., who are studying the computer in the class, school class. So their question may arise: what is A drive? What is B drive? Why we are starting with C drive? Because maybe A and B are already passed. Yes, because when I am a student in suppose 1998, that time in West Bengal or India, many parts computer is not available. And yes, our school life, of course, computer is available. In our school also have computer room is there specialized. And when I want to learn computer that time photostat is not so easy. Photostat also takes time and not so clear, many drum etc is there, and very few places photostat going on. So they tell Xerox that time, only Xerox machine available. From that we are using the Xerox term. Now when we go for this type of what you call computer training, that time they charge high and they showing us how to means write and how to type actually. That one only they showing. But computer is not only that, as we all of us know as engineering student, and as we are seeing that so much types of thing we are doing using the computer. We don't know at all that where we are attached to the computer now. So these computers, it not that 1998 type of computer. 1998, that time the computer was 486. There was B drive, there was A drive, and we have to boot the computer with one disk. And from that, Lotus, WordStar, that type of word function was there. And we have to apply that, and then we can start. After that, suddenly one of my friend come and tell, both that there is Pentium PC is there, and there is Windows, and you can go to Windows. You don't have to use WordStar. You can have MS Word. You have Excel. I don't know how I can know Excel, how to operate. There is help button inside the tutorial itself in the Excel. So you can learn from the help button. So like that way, I have to learn that how Excel I can do graph, etc. How in Excel itself we can calculate standard deviation. And I have formulated that time in what we call in Lotus 123. We are formulating ANOVA, how to do. So we have created the formula we put, and so that we can put the data, immediately result come. We don't have to do by paper. So that we have done because that time we don't have SPSS type of software in our hand. And there is also Prism as other software come later on when I am doing PhD etc. But this is not that we don't know the basics. So basics of statistics we already know, and that statistics we applied in Excel file also we can get ANOVA type of statistical results in itself. So there no need of any external software for that. But nowadays more easy, so we can just put the data in the software, but we have to know the analysis part. As many of our senior colleagues are here, Dr. Jitendra etc., the persons, the teachers I've seen the data analysis they are doing, the algorithm models, and very what you call very much astonished about these works. I don't know at all this how previously few months back also that how algorithm is working on migration of animal, how zebra fish monitoring of algorithm, and this type of bird monitoring algorithm. So there are many things related to computer. With this help of computer only, we can do these calculations quickly. And now we have Android and etc. So we know that our life is connected with computer and IT gadgets. Without IT, as like we are not nothing. If we take out the mobile phone from a kid, that's all. And we have seen that he may commit suicide also sometimes. Even the person is affected with many things. The IT computer have many drawbacks. Like in our school time, we have learned that what is the bad effect of television watching. Now, what is the bad effect of iPhone? What is the bad effect of Androids? Yes, there are many bad effects also. Like if the kids are using for long times, it may cause autism, it may cause then many things. But there are many things to learn with this IT. And this is the thing where internet comes in our daily life. You can see this photograph and we all know that how it is connected with each other. Even Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all is why? All is because for networking. As I am sitting in Malaysia, I am talking with you in India. How? In Dr. Indrajit from Thailand, Dr. Uh, from Singapore, he is joining. So how this is possible? Because for this internet. It is the internet. When it is break, we are disconnected from each other. Then we are thinking that we must meditate without the internet. And we must keep ourselves healing without the internet. And now COVID put us more to based on this online platform. And as you see, just now sir telling that it is a challenge. It is a more challenge to uh, take the class in online module because many things happening beside the behind the screen. So we must know how we can implement. This is a process of adaptation, and we know without this adaptation we cannot survive. We life is not straight. Life is always have some challenge. It is like a wave of water, and we have to sail through this. And there is no other option. So just to coincide, there are previously we write mails, now emails, and now WhatsApp. Just we don't write also email, we just WhatsApp call and immediately finish. Like just now when sir send me this what you call link by uh, email, I am searching in my WhatsApp, I forget. But no, not forget, actually I have transferred in WhatsApp, but that link not working in WhatsApp. So again I have to open email and working. So this is the things our internet is connecting with each other, with all of us, and that is the social network we are gathering. And this social network is society is the human, because the human is a social element, and without society it is animal. If I live, eat, food, reproduce, and living, it is only animal. If I don't have any contribution to the society, if all of us don't have any contribution to the society, the output is zero. Like the bike developed, the water flow system, water harvesting system developed by the students, the waste product brick with the low cost, all these benefit of the society. There lies our success, and we have to go for that only. Now, if we see how it is working now in COVID time, we are working that okay, we are in distance, keeping safe distance or not. So that can be monitored, is monitoring by IoT system, and that is already there. Now we just modify it for the COVID social distancing maintaining, and we can check by the application. And this application is not new, as I am telling. So there are many applications we are using for agricultural land, like monitoring, like basic camera we have for monitoring the field where the cow going. I don't have to run for one cow. Previously what happened, one person is monitoring 100 cow, but now one person is monitoring 100,000 cows in the field. So how? Because for this type of gadgets, by the drone, by this type of what you call like malaria is spreading. So now government tell, okay, malaria is spreading, so we leave drone to see where the water is storing. So they search the whole area with drone and checking where the water is logged, and then they can take action on that place. So this is the thing of application of IoT. By sitting one place, we are checking all over the places, the disease spread and monitoring, etc., etc. Like in now, you know already that in Singapore airport and many other airports, they have released robot. and that robot just moving behind our persons, and they're checking the temperature of all the persons coming in the airport. So this is that, and then that data is recorded. In Malaysia also, as in previously also have discussed with Techno India students, and that there are many, if I go enter into any shop, I have to scan. In our university, enter, I have to scan the code. It is not only writing. Who have don't have mobile, they have to write, but who have mobile, they have to scan the code, and scanning code already recorded in the ministry portal that this time this person is around in that place. So if any case detected in that place, means that area has been taken isolated, and tell that okay, this shop has COVID positive patient, so we have to isolate the system and we lock the shop, so that disease it stopped there. So by this way, the government have been reduced the cases zero, but again it is increased due to some election and gathering. From then it is again suddenly increased, and now it is more than 1,000 case reporting, very high. So that is not our issue. It is a very infectious disease. That is one of the reason. So now, but I am telling about we are discussing about the internet applications and computer applications on the our daily life. So irrigation, we can remotely monitor the irrigation system, the how much water need, dry soil, moisturize, etc., etc. So accordingly we can calculate how much water need and when need. So these all pictures you can see that plant means pesticide need or not, automation, aerial plantation technique, pest detection, harvesting, all these photographs, everything I have taken from internet itself. So I am also based on giving this lecture based on internet. This IoT pest detector, if you search in the internet, you can get, and this is a means what you call moving image. You can see every month how it is moving, the changing of the pest detection can be seen. So this is application through GIS, as it is our guest of honor, that his area of specialization, that GIS technology. So this is the pest detection system also through the GIS. And we know this, there are many other applications like the crop protection. So using this early prediction system, we can protect that crop, harvesting of prediction, then cattle tracking using GPS based sensor in the tail, you can see. Then there are many apps that is used, can be used for the agricultural vehicles and equipments like the tractor, etc., etc. Previously the straw is cut like hand, now it is no more hand, the cut the paddy just and take the burn the straw itself in the ground. So there are different modifications coming on, agricultural advancement going on, and life is moving, and environment is changing itself. So we have to adapt the new techniques accordingly. So you can see this migratory birds. This is the monitoring of migratory birds and animals in the Antarctic region. The blue whale, means the dolphin, whale, and also what you call sea lion, how they are moving. We cannot monitor by going there and staying behind the what you call sea lion. Very cold place, and it is not reachable. Means we cannot go also always time and the places where they live. So we put a collar in the chip in their body, and we detect from sitting inside here in our place. We don't know how much cold they are living inside there. Like this harvesting of salmon fish, you can see the sea, in the big sea we are harvesting this salmon culture going on, fish culture. And that fish culture is here, how much water circulation need, how much rotation need, everything is controlled. We cannot go and check without the application of IoT, the computer application. So we checking how much speed need the movement, how much temperature need, etc., etc. But temperature we cannot control; it is under sea, so the temperature will be adjusted accordingly. But the seedlings, means the what you call the hatchlings, we need to maintain temperature, etc. So not only this salmon fish, all the cultures we are going to do is monitored by this type of applications. So there are also different types of robotics and intelligent system in the environment, control physical environment, like the automated blinds, thermostat and heating ducts, automatic doors. The air con duct. Now we are cleaning through robots. And how? We just place the robot inside the duct and control by the mobile. And this is the what you call application of robots inside the air conditioned duct cleaning. So house cleaning, lawn mowing, and other assistance of elderly handicapped person. Of course you can see this in the internet, many videos are there. Office assistant, security service, of course there. Security, you can measure or you can scan the body, everything you know already. And in suppose in some places in India still they are checking by hand, but in Malaysia and other places they don't obstruct you. You just go, move, you already scanned. There is nothing you can take, you can hide in your body. So robots are important component of intelligent environment. Automatic devices provided physical services and autonomous control system, and this has the adaptive learning capability also they have, and many film also there on this robot, on these robots, like Rajnikant's film. So you know, maybe many of you from India. Now this is internet toilet system layout. You know the toilet system, how much water in the flusher, how much what you call, if there is a blockage or not, how much tissue roll is needed in the toilet, soap solution is there or not. All data is calculated and monitored through IoT. And see, this is the expo, and that internet based toilet system is demonstrated, and the person visitors are seeing this. So the how it is cleaning, etc. So when you sit in the toilet, not safe. This is also, we are under monitoring of internet and IoT, all of the hand of you engineers. So we are, suppose I am talking in mobile, I know which mobile device I am using. The internet provider, the what you call mobile provider know that yes, you are using Samsung, you are using iPhone, this model, they know already, they can track easily. There is no way we can go out. So what message we are sending, what we are talking, everything they can monitor if they want. But as per the legality issues, they have not disclosed these things to all everybody. And not only this, suppose there is a football playing going on or cricket going on. So another country have the server. You don't know at all. Like Malaysia, the cricket going on in all over the world, the World Cup, etc. Malaysia have the server. So from here, they're say checking, but Malaysia don't know cricket itself. Means they don't have any cricket team for playing, but they are maintaining that type of what we call the system. So there are not only this, that not only Malaysia alone. So there are many person working behind this. Suppose the data come that okay, tissue roll finish. So they are need another person to refill the tissue roll. So there is operations management. In this operation management, what operation research is the best and most important theory of our today's business world. And we know it is a war. During war also, how many person can be killed, how much what you call the equipment need for war, and how the opponent will attack, how much food I require. Everything is operation management. If I fail to operate in the operation, my operation is fail means I lose the battle. Same thing in our daily life. If I cannot plan, means monitor that already how I operate every moment, then my daily life will be a failed. Because suppose in a petrol pump, I'm giving example, there are many petrol pumps in line in our country. So suppose if one petrol pump is dry, they cannot give fuel. Another petrol pump have fuel. Next petrol pump have half fuel. But you can see There are very rare cases that petrol pump is running out of fuel. How? Because they are monitoring system, and when a petrol tanker is going to deliver a petrol in one tank, another petrol station, so they know which is to deliver fast. Okay, maybe you don't, I'm not clearly explaining this thing. I am giving another simple example. Suppose post. I have many mails come in the email, means in the post office. So all the mails coming by van. So the postman have to know which is the biggest, which is to be delivered fast, which house will come later. So accordingly, the car should be arranged. Otherwise, he cannot take out all the things and bring the inside one out. So this is the operation management, and there lies the technique. And this is the data management. And this data science is now we are exploring every day. For that, we are analyzing big data. We are using cards. Every shopping mall, we are giving free cards. Because what? They want your data. Our data, their name, our age group, our ethnicity, our population, our income status, what we are buying, everything they monitor. So from that, they know if a shop is located in Kolkata, what it need. If a shop is located in Udaipur, what it require. If a shop is located in Singapore, what is the expectation from the purchaser. So this is the thing we can monitor by the big data analysis. For that, the big data is now a great demand. In this conference, we will see that there are many papers come submitted, different techniques and analysis of algorithms, etc. How? Because these are the things which will benefit in a at a large, and we can compare the things at means at a all this data we analyze and get a solid result, and what we want we can drag out from that data is the raw data actually. So it is not that simple a card buy, and means card we get 10% discount. Because why they're giving discount? They have the benefit from there. So you can see the wildlife monitoring is very much essential, and you can see this wildlife monitoring is going on through the IoT application. So uh, I think I am clear already. So what I am meaning to say, in our daily life, that if I diagnoses or etc., if anything we are doing with what you called medical diagnoses like MRI, CT scan, or any PCR, everything we are controlled by internet and computer. Previously, when I was doing my PhD, that time PCR was used as a oil-based PCR. The DNA, RNA we isolate and do by in the hot lead type of PCR, then come. Then it comes to RT-PCR. There is no need of any gel run. We do by computer screening. And immediately the data, now we are doing medical transcription. So all data is going to other place. Suppose I am doing scanning in Udaipur, the data go to Chandigarh, and from Chandigarh, the doctor see the screen and give the diagnosis on that. So this is means happening only due to the internet. Before few years back, when there is no mobile in India, that time we are using pager, etc. And now everywhere we have many mobiles, and now smartphone come, many things have advanced. So everybody using that type of application, we don't think that yes, we don't need these or etc etc. You see that Paytm, we are paying in the home, we sit and pay through Google Pay, pay through Paytm, etc etc. How? Before 2010, one of the Indian person developed this Paytm, and now it is making 2 billion of USD business, means very large business with this year's setup. But initially it was not there. So we have to think how we can apply our internet and computer application in our daily life everywhere. Not that I am thinking I will use in all wildlife. You will think the same. Like you can see, one person is thinking on rainwater harvesting, another person on motorbike, means what you call car, and another person may think other way. So these are the different things we have to apply our means inside from our inside of think. For that we have to get knowledge from the internet itself. Because when we are doing just 1 minute, when we are doing means PhD that time in 2000, means before 20 years, when I'm a PhD student, that time we go to library and search dictionary type of books for abstracts. And after that we go to, in India, Bose Institute, etc. So there is CD available per month. They have subscribed the CD and we pay for that and search the CD and get the data from the CD. And it is operated by only by the technician of the institute. And we get the abstract printed and from there we select. Now it is not like that. Everything on internet, we search one thing, we get millions of things. So there comes also the development of flip book technology and etc etc. So these all application of internet. You can see previously there is the class going on in IGNO. Now it is also going on. Previous means our student time also IGNO started Gyan Darshan challenge now in India, but here and other places also online class going on, but through the TV. And everything is going on. As if there is challenge, of course there is challenge. Where many places there is no internet, no television, many places there is no current electricity also, how they will learn? So that one we have to also take care. And we are also, means of course all of us is working on that. But it is not that this internet of things will give this type of freedom. We will not get freedom like this when internet is with us. So if we want to get this type of freedom, what we have to do? We have to get rid of the internet. And that is impossible for us. So now I am just want to show that this is the person, Carey Mullis, in how he is become famous. He discovered the PCR. And that PCR is now used for everywhere in every lab of every country for detection of COVID, etc. The polymerase chain reaction. So the discoverer, you see, that discoverer, what he gaining, not money, monetary thing. He is gaining the thing, what he discovered. So that is, there lies the success. So if we can discover something that is helpful for the society and at a large, that is of course, it will give us some satisfaction in our what you call in our life. Not that only what you call we get Nobel Prize, I get satisfaction. Suppose I am giving example. I when we are in student life, I means research time, I do analysis of thalassemic student, means thalassemic child's mother and carrier, father carrier. So when become pregnant, the child may become patient or may carrier. So we have to test the amniotic fluid when the baby is inside the womb of mother. So we test, and after that we check that okay, it is carrier. So we tell continue the pregnancy. After 1 year passed, the baby born, and we tell follow up come. So after 2 years they come. Of course they come late as usual in India. So they come after 2 years. Then the child is on daughter, means their small daughter running and coming. So this is the success, that yes, I am feeling how much means betterment, that okay, this baby I tested when she was inside the womb, Now she is running and totally fit. That is the success. We have done this experiment. That not only, but this is not a discovery. This is already discovered by this person, the reaction PCR machine, means the technique. So how successful he is and how successful we are, of course there is difference between these two success, but of course both of us is successful for doing this, what you call, for the society. So these type of many things, like just now I have shown that not only this uh, air condition, etc. Air condition, suppose running, I can control from here. I can stop inside the room, and not only inside the room by remote, I can stop it from a very far distance, from 10 kilometers ahead. I can control. I am sitting here, I can monitor my home with a Wi-Fi camera. How? Because for the internet and the development of the internet. Now I see that Facebook, the what we call one message coming, the 2 TB for pen drive. I buy hard disk that 2 TB after few year like this big much, and now shop also I buy like this. Now I see 2 TB what you call pen drive come cheap coming 2 TB. So there is always development coming, and always we are developing to a further extent, and we, that is the benefit. What is the benefit society getting? We have to also focus that everything we discover and everything we are doing, that should have some benefit on the society. Then our work will get more and more benefit. Suppose in this conference we have presenting many papers, all the participants will present in these 2 days, and of course many papers have been selected for Scopus Elsevier type of journal. It is not so easy, Elsevier publication, and of course good publication with Scopus rated. And why this one needed? This one needed for the citation. So when it is published in a good reputed journal, then the readability of the work is, visibility of the work is more. As the visibility is more, readability is more, so citation will be more. So it will be more circulated, and the people will come to know, yes, this type of work is benefited, and okay, this type of work he has done or she has done, so I have to take something from there. So that is the benefit of publication. So we have to look out from our window of academic and search in the society how we can apply our things in the internet of things, the how every aspect, medical, agriculture, human health care, mail delivery, food delivery through Grab. Now are telling that food Grab application, I have seen blind person also using Grab. How? Because the person who develop it, he has some thinking, he always thinking how we can do this, how we can do. Not that I have seen this Techno India campus, the teachers have been participated and motivating all the students. How? Why? Because they are all inspired to do some novel things. They are thinking that always that how we can do some new things, not that only taking class and go and sleep. Okay, I give mark, you pass, you get the certificate, go. No. Why? Bash sir is giving support to do this research and publication of a student of bachelor, because he want that student, you, the students who are present here, they should go for higher thinking, and they should apply this in the society, not a mere degree and go for job, and after that job monotony and etc etc. The mind setup have to be clear to for the IoT, means application, computer application, not only computer application, all the applications. So with this, I should tell that Lincoln University College have been proud privilege, and we have many publications, we have organized many conferences every time, and many students are there in many countries, even from Techno India also. Some students visited and also registered for PhD, etc. But we are also planning to run some programs in Techno India with jointly, and planning there to run with the, we will in the talk in the what you call it, initial phase of talking. But why? Again, I am telling, it is not only for getting a mere degree. A degree will not give you anything. Previously, when we are student, there was no biotechnology, botany, zoology, like that type of thing. Now, after that, biotechnology, then biochemical, what you call molecular biology, that type of specialization come. Now, there are coming data science, algorithms, supply chain management, not only MBA. When we study, that time only MBM, not MBA also. Master of Business Management. After that, MBA come, BBA come, MBA now, different types of MBA come. So there are always, we are changing for the betterment and specialization. As I told, that all of us is not thinking in the same way. We have to think what we can be successful in which way and which idea we can implement. Accordingly, we have to move forward. So thank you again to all the Techno India NGR Institute of Technology group for organizing this gathering of and taking the initiative to do this. I know how much pressure you are taking and always I am in keep contact with the organizing secretary, and sometimes we are what do you call, in hot conversation also, but we know what we are doing. That is our success. And I think I am not over time, maybe I don't know. So I stop share, and any question is welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for your
For your
speech.
speech.
Over
Over
to
to
you,
you,
Lokesh.
Lokesh.
This has been a wonderful lecture for our RSAT
मुझे पता
2020 to be out. Thank you very much, Professor Sandeep Podar, for delivering such an insightful, informative lecture on IoT application and recent trends. I have enjoyed listening to the talks about the fine work in the area of IoT which you are doing. Absolutely, this is a stunning. So IoT application have extended their arms in all the leading on the all major leading sectors like manufacturing sector, IT, agriculture, healthcare, defense, finance, etc., etc. And we have seen this the variety of the application that we could have around us. And what I can conclude this session is that we are actually surrounded by the, the application of the IoT, which we have not turned around. So under developing country has to look forward this vision to develop this particular these application in a great succession mode to just deliver, so they can come forward and stepping out to develop this application in a great succession rate in the area of this IoTs. So, and I believe that all of you have well gone through it past quite times and have chosen your own fruits from the basket given by the Professor Sandeep Poddar. And a student of mine said once that going to the conferences like RST 2020 is taking the vitamins. And in this COVID situation, we all require some multiple vitamins to boost our knowledge in terms of just upgrading and sustainable environment. So thank you very much, Professor Sandeep Poddar, to delivering such an informative lecture on recent application based on the IoT. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Over
Lokesh
to you,
sir.
Samina.
Thank you. Thank you. And telling about remembering my vitamin, one of my favorite subject, coenzymes of the vitamins, and that the enzymes we are putting effort, and let us see the mixture of enzyme will result in which reaction. Thank you, Miss Shamina. Any question is there? Not, otherwise we can move forward.
Yes, sir. We have two questions from our attendees.
Yeah,
So the question is,
uh, let me start with this question.
so the question is, the normal people's data has been sent to the market, but the popular one, what they do with that? As the government itself has forced the companies to have agreement that they will share all the data to them.
Okay. No, normal people when they go for the shopping or etc., we don't know. As I am shown you that when I am sitting inside the home, I am using a mobile phone. I don't know that this is the mobile phone is can be monitored, and but the data when I am giving access, only they can monitor of my mobile. If I don't give access, they cannot monitor. They know which mobile phone I am using, which brand I am using, but they cannot take my data from my mobile. When I give only, then only take. Suppose some mail come that give you are getting a what you call $1 million owner. So you give your bank account detail, your name, your date of birth, your phone number, your address, your everything you give. Then already they can drag and they can hack your account. But if I don't give my identity fully, then they cannot go into my bank account. But they know, yes, this bank have my account, and maybe they know my account number also, but they cannot take out my any money from there, because that is the thing. So company know which mobile brand I am using, but they cannot take out drag the data from my mobile until I am giving the permission for that. The same thing, government itself have forced the company to be agreement with that they will share all data to them. No, government, yes, they share the data for sales, etc. But again, I am telling the personal data they cannot take out. Suppose I have chat with somebody, some discussion matter. If I don't give access, there are many softwares that sitting in India, you can control my computer, but that need one password. If that password I don't give my IP password to that person, he cannot drag the data from my computer. But it is possible to drag, and we have to be safe for that. We need to be careful that we don't share our personal data. But yes, of course, we will not do anything also. But always, if we do a good thing, there is nothing to hide. If anything we do bad, then we have to shy and we have to hide that, yes, I have done something wrong, I have to keep aside. But if I have nothing to hide, if I do something fair, I should have to circulate to everybody. Like I do publish one paper, means for some what you call, to publicity na? So every public will know, we cannot hide that. So if I think, okay, I publish and nobody can see, that is not the use of the publication. Okay. Okay, another question I see. Don't you think with the growth of IoT privacy issues also increasing? Yes, as I told, privacy issue of course increasing. We have to be more aware, and all the general public is not so aware. Maybe sometimes they're giving the password also by wrong, what you call, etc. Somebody called suddenly, okay, I'm calling from bank. You tell your password. Then suddenly as a layman, he give the password. So that is the way the things going to beyond our hand. It is not that always that on going on, but we have to be careful. Like when I'm using computer, there may be virus come. When we are walking on the road, COVID may attack. We don't know. If COVID not attack, we can attack by car. We can break our leg and we can go up or down, we don't know. So that is the issue. So we don't know how we will face the problem. And as I told, life is always changing, and there will be some always some what you call obstruction in the life, otherwise life is death. No curve going up and down means death. ECG curve you see, if no up and down is death. So we have to go through this up and down, and we have to be adapted. And there is, again, I can refer to Charles Darwin, struggle for existence and survival of the fittest, selection by nature. Nature will select who will stay, how they will stay. Thank you. Stay safe, everybody. I think no more question.
Right, sir. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful speech. And survival of the fittest, yes, I agree to that personally. Do we have any other questions?
Okay.
So let's move on.
Let's move on.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much, Sandeep sir, for this
Insight.
insightful
Thank
and
you.
wonderful speech.
Thank you, Ms. Samia. Thank you, Dr. Proshun. Thank you, Ms. Ladita, Lokesh sir, Yogendra sir, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So shall we move forward?
Yes. Yes. Lunch break.
Good morning.
So I think we should just take a break, all of us, go get freshened up and come back with a fresh mind and listen to more of our keynote speakers sharing their wonderful knowledge. Since we all have been sitting here since morning, I think all of us need some mental and physical break. So we're just announcing a lunch break. We'll be back shortly. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hello, just testing. Yeah.
Hello, hello. Hello, can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Who is that
Yes,
speaking?
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, okay. Am I too early or too late?
Not too early, but we expect better numbers to turn up by about 3 o'clock. Another 10 minutes from now, sir.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Let me test some of the things first, just in case, right? So that's why I'm
Yeah.
coming in a bit earlier. Thanks for coming in early to wait for me. Okay. Now, let me see.
Thank you for joining us early.
No, it's okay. Just want to get over. But my only constraint, as you know, is that I will have to, leave after 45 minutes later because I have another last minute we have to attend to. Is that okay?
Come again, sir. I missed. I could not catch what you said very clearly.
No, I will have to leave a bit earlier because your allotted time was 1 hour. We have to miss the last 20 minutes of 1 hour, or 15 minutes of the last 1 hour because I have to rush for another meeting.
That's fine, sir. That's fine.
Fine, yeah? Okay,
Absolutely not a problem.
Yeah, no problem. So long as you're agreeable, you're okay, then I can have a start at it. Okay, so what I will do is I'll put myself on video now. Okay, and then hopefully you can see my, let me see. Hopefully you can see my virtual screen. And if I'm too soft, let me know. And I trust that this morning was okay, the talk. How was the talk this morning?
It went off very nicely, very well received, and we learned a lot.
Okay, fine. Yeah, let me see. How do I do this now? I will click this one. How come I cannot join? I cannot start my video, is it? Oh, okay, can. Okay, that's good.
I can see you, but
Yeah,
if you're starting, sir, I would like to announce to the. If you're starting, I would like to announce to the participants and ask them to join a little earlier, sir. Can I do that?
Sure, no problem. I mean, you decide what to do, but I will have to look at this, and then after that, okay, let me try the share screen and see whether that works also. Oh, what is this? Oh, I see. Do you want to continue? Okay, I'll have to continue this.
It's working perfectly fine. Working perfectly fine, sir.
Perfectly fine. Okay.
Yeah, I can see you and I can see your screen.
Okay. Can you see the share screen? This is one. Okay. I cannot. It's very slow. Okay, let me see if I save this guy first. If I forget. Okay. Can you see the share screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen. I can see the NUS background.
Okay, can you see my PowerPoint slide?
Mark.
Hi. Just give me a second.
Hi, how are you?
The final details first. Okay, can you see the PowerPoint slides?
Yes, your slide.
No, it's not visible.
No, it's not visible. Please share.
I'm trying to share. I think I shared it, but I don't know why it didn't work.
Okay.
Try again now. Okay, I'm here. Then after that, select a window that you want to share. I will share this, which I have. Oh, come on, man. Where the heck is it now?
Yeah, now it's visible.
Now visible. Now
visible.
Sharing now.
Now visible.
Are you able to see? No. Can you tell me, whoever's on the other line, what do you see on your side? Do you see my picture, the NUS background?
Yes.
Who is that? Sorry, who am I talking to? Is it Abhishek?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am Abhishek.
Okay, so you can see my background, the virtual NUS background. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. But you cannot see my PowerPoint slide, is it? That's not good. Okay, now how do I share? I've got no idea how to share this. Show grid video. No, I don't need this. Show small size.
No, I can see your PowerPoint.
Mark. You can see. Who is that? Sorry.
Yes.
So visible your PPT, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Sorry.
Hello. Yes, Mark. I can see your slide.
Hey, Prasun, is it? Hey, hi, nice to hear your voice. You can see my slides, is it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, good. So that means, okay, wait, I'm going to now go into slideshow mode. Come on, I'm so slow.
Here's a result from the web.
Wait, hang on. Let me just kill my Google Drive first.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay.
Mark, Professor Samina will introduce you and then you can start, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Now, can you see my slideshow, my slide screen? My
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, good. Then I wish, where's my watch? Okay, we are good to go. Whenever you're ready, let me know, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Please allow me to introduce and invite Professor Marco, who holds the appointment of Director, Industry Research at Logistics Institute, Asia Pacific, which is a joint venture with Georgia Tech, USA, Principal Researcher at the Center for Transportation Research. His current research interest is on buyer-seller relationships, performance measurement, and supply chain strategy, with over 300 technical papers published in nationally and internationally referred journals and conferences. He will be delivering a speech today on the recent trends in supply chain and some opportunities for research. We heartily welcome you, sir, to the conference today.
Okay, thanks. Let me see. You are Samina, is it? Samina Wegla.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thanks for that. Thank you so much. Okay, and thanks to my good friend, Professor Prasun, for inviting me to share with you some insights into this area, which I'm passionate about, namely supply chains and research related to that. All right, I don't claim to know everything. I don't claim to have done everything in the area of supply chain. So that's my first caveat emptor. Now, the other part, of course, is if you have questions, feel free to ask. Right, I don't know what you don't know, and I don't know how much I can go because I don't know what you don't know. Right, and the third point is, of course, if I'm talking a bit too fast, let me know. I'll slow down, and hopefully we can maybe compare notes and exchange some ideas, and hopefully do some good research together. Okay. And the other part I would like to say before I forget, I want to seek the host's understanding and indulgence in that I cannot be with you until the hour is up because I have to rush off for another meeting. Unfortunately, today is a bad day, as you know, right? The weather is bad, but Monday is always a bad day for me because there are a lot of meetings I have to entertain, right? So I will walk with you. I'll be with you for about 40 to 45 minutes or so. Then after that, I will have to head off. Okay, and where's my clock? Oh, sorry, I lost my watch again. Sorry. I'm just looking for my watch. I had a timekeeper called a watch. Now I just misplaced my watch just now. All right. Then what else do I need to have? Oh, yes. Okay. Now, if you have questions, feel free to ask, and I'll be more than happy to answer those questions. If I cannot, I will try and find the answers for you or direct you to suitable sources. Okay. So time permitting, I think now is 4 minutes to 5:30 on my watch. So in the interest of time and for the benefit of those who have come in early or on time to listen to the presentation, if you will allow me to start the presentation, I'll be more than happy to start the presentation. So Dr. Wegler, can I proceed then?
Sure, sir.
Okay,
Please.
thank you. Okay, so when I was approached to give this talk, I believe Professor Prasun will know that it's probably long overdue and delayed because it's supposed to be in April. I think it was just delayed because of COVID for one reason or another. And as you know only too well, I would love to be with you in person, but however, with COVID, travel cannot happen at all. In fact, most of my research scholars are stuck, at least the ones from China. They're stuck in China, and a lot of them are unhappy because they're supposed to come this time next month, but they could not get approval from the government to enter Singapore. So we are rather strict about this. But now with technology, I'm happy to say that we can see each other, hopefully virtually online. And the other part, of course, is that in a passage of time since April to now, which is about 8 months or so, right, many things have happened. So I'm happy to report back to you some of the new things that are happening or have happened, right? And then also see how they relate to research in supply chain or what opportunities they can offer for research. And hence the title of my talk today, and I'll focus on recent trends. By definition, recent trends would be things that would have been happening in the last 5 years or so, which have taken Asia in a big way, treated companies with new insights in a big way too, right? Particularly Asian companies, and then also to look at what are the opportunities that they offer for research. So that's my slide. And that's the terms of reference of my talk. Now, the other part I must warn you, if you're expecting to see any sophisticated or direct research on that, the answer is I'm not going to talk about my own research today. For those who are interested in seeing what I've done for my research, feel free to Google me, and then you can find the research papers on Google Scholar. So that one, I don't think is worth spending time over for today's 40 minutes or so. All right, so now let's talk about research first in supply chain and try and link it to the practice of it, right? At least the practice in supply chain. And this second slide shows us very clearly some of the areas that many people have spent their lifetime. In fact, I know some personal friends who spend their whole lifetime in some aspects of these supply chain activities. For example, inbound logistics, which is something that I do most of the time, dealing with buyer-seller relations. The intermediate part, which is the warehousing management, the storage management, which people like John Bartholdi have spent a lot of time, and I did some work on that. Then the other one, of course, is specific to some industries, for example, like line feed. As you know, if you work in the automotive industry, there's a lot of research on line feed using smart technologies and so on. And then the last part is the outbound logistics, or what we call the delivery side or the distribution side of the game. And that's where you find that in India also, you guys have also gone into a lot of this outbound, and if you know some of the issues with outbound logistics, right? Sometimes service level cannot be guaranteed, lead time cannot be guaranteed, for example, and many people have done research on that, and companies are still lamenting that they cannot get it to a T, okay? Then the others that are very traditional OR-based or operations research-based and linked to supply chain or logistics would be the routing. It means your typical vehicle assignment problem, fleet routing problem, your traveling salesman problem, and also looking at asset management, for example, or what we call the maintenance and repair of vehicles. So all these are all very classical problems in the literature, right? So if you look at this whole slide here, you will have noticed that some parts are yellowed out for a specific reason. The parts that you see, the diagrams, the boxes, the elements down there, I put into place some of the words that you can identify with. For example, optimization, as in optimizing the local operating structure. For example, global supply chain management, there's also another degree of optimization that some folks have done. For example, Anna Nagune had looked at this optimization at the global supply chain level, looking at supply chain risk, for example, and also things about resourcing, global resource planning and controlling. And today we see a very actual problem, and that's why in the last 4 or 5 months, there was a lot of research that's being pumped out in good journals like Production Economics and so on, where they talk about how to get all these resources around for emergency management. And this again is not new, because if you look under the purview of humanitarian logistics, then you find it's all about disaster relief, emergency supply. But for inbound, the thing that most of you, especially if you're students, if you're dealing with inventory, then you'll be familiar with this thing called VMI, or vendor managed inventory, right? And this one, since the time when I first touched it about 20 years ago, now most companies have implemented this to a T, and there are many systems, both highly sophisticated using decision support systems or simple Kanban cards where you can do visual observation to manage the VMI by the supplier on behalf of the buyer. Warehouse management today, we have also improved, and today there are a lot of technologies. And for those of you who are working in the area of warehouse automation research, for example, equipment, for example, storage retrieval, then you will see that now warehouses, there's a big question that people still have to resolve, and this: what is the right size for a warehouse? What is the optimal size for a warehouse? And with automation put into place, will that change the optimality of the warehouse? Right, then for outbound and line feed, they're related in some sense. Line feed means to keep the process going. So this is where the empirical researchers, right, have been looking at all this and saying that, look, in line feed operations, what are the issues related to workforce, manpower? You see the diagram over here, if I may just use my mouse to mouse over it, right? You see this guy here who's driving the truck in a warehouse or in a factory, right? One of the big research questions here we are asking is actually the warehouse workers or the logistics workers are getting older. So what does that mean, for productivity, for example, and how do we improve productivity? You can have assets, but if the workers are not productive or they're slow because of age or one reason or another, then it affects productivity. So that's where simple theory, for example, theory of constraints will come into play. Then you say, and we always claim the statement that, the fastest the supply chain can move depends on the slowest worker or the slowest entity in the supply chain, right? So that's another area of research that today many people are looking and say, how do we assure consistency of the work rate, right, without having to inject the issue of fatigue or learning into it. So that means if I put a worker inside or put equipment inside, can it learn almost immediately? And that's when you talk about learning almost immediately. Then you ask the next question. If I put someone into the job, can I predict with a certain degree of accuracy that he is able to do the job well? Now, if you understand these two words, one is learning, the other one is prediction, and the third one is if the guy cannot learn well enough, then how do you reinforce the learning to future generations of workers? Future, that means the next day, the next week, the next month. How do we ensure that they can learn and reinforce that learning, right? So 3 words have come to pass here in the last 30 seconds or so that I've said. One is learning, the other one is reinforcement, right? And then after that, prediction accuracy, right? If you understand these 3 words, then you realize that they're very much linked to things like machine learning, artificial intelligence, right? And that's where companies today are asking for that kind of research to help them, right? Big companies like DHL, they have got actually a lot of this in play in terms of machine learning because they want to know how to organize their fleet better. So they are very interested to work with academics, universities, getting students, good students to run all these algorithms for them so that they can actually understand how to organize their operations based on historical data, which of course we know historical data would mean training data basically. And companies like DHL, which is a global company, would have massive tons and tons of global data collected over many days, over many years, right? And then with that, they will train the data and say that if I put this guy A out from a certain country, I will know that he'll be able to give a service level, guaranteed service level of at least, say Delta, right? So that then you can come down to the customer and say, hey, I can then do a stable matching between customer and service provider. Then for outbound, of course, we talk about GIT, which is something in the 80s that was set up, right? But today, we don't just look at GIT, but we want to look at now, how do we deliver on the order size of one? Is it still possible? So that proverbial question that people have been asking, right, since the 80s, for example, are still being questioned today, and people are still doing work on just-in-time or close to just-in-time systems. And the last one that you see in terms of research will be the routing part that we talked about just now, vehicle routing, cloud right assignment algorithm. Today, we're also looking at that, except now we're talking about a few enhancements. One is the order, as in drop and pick up. It means you drop a delivery and you pick up the nearest point so that you can minimize the time spent traveling idle or minimize the fuel spent and be more environmentally friendly. So what does it say? It says that research today, in terms of just pure optimization in the context of the supply chain, has now included other criteria, other objectives. For example, we talk about economics of it, the cost of it, minimizing the cost, satisfying the customer in the shortest time, and yet turning around the vehicles in the most optimal use of assets, which in this case would be the trucks and the drivers, right? And the third one is the environmental consideration, right? Environmental consideration would be how do we move around and yet reduce the carbon footprint. And there are companies out there in industry that have been developing their own what we call carbon footprint calculators, so that they want to show to the world that they are being good corporate citizens, for example, right? And even doing a simple research to capture the carbon footprint and do a comparative analysis, right, against different companies in the same industry or against different industries will help actually many a company to be able to benchmark how they perform, right? And the third key aspect of this routing that some companies have come in is about the societal concern. That means about the noise pollution and about having to face certain stakeholders in the community who are very conscious about loud vehicles traveling into the city at night to do delivery because they need their good night's rest, for example. Right? So questions about logistics, about transport-related logistics in this case would be the typical questions of direct point-to-point shipment versus the hub and spoke. And as we all know, right, in the 60s and 50s and 70s, right, many cities in developed countries have created their own hub and spoke, like in Australia, where you've got Melbourne and all that, in Sydney, they got their hub and spoke system. So a hub and spoke system, while it is efficient because you bring people into a crowd, into a centralized location, which is what we talk about, a centralized vehicle fleet, right? We bring them into a centralized location, but it was also inefficient because then the people who need to travel not to the city center to work, for example, but or to deliver, they just travel to some other suburb nearby, maybe the next suburb. They are forced to travel into the city and then back out to the suburb because of the exchange of activities or carriages and so on. So that's where the question that some researchers in transport have been asking for the last 10 years, and that is one that begs the question, which is a better approach in terms of transportation network, a centralized system or decentralized system? And again, the verdict is not clear. Some people say it's based on volume. Some people say it's based on the intensity. Some people say it's based on the customer service or even consideration of environmental considerations, right? So that's where we talk about some of these issues in vehicle routing or logistics routing. And other aspects would be penalty, right? We talk about customer service. A lot of research has been done in terms of what we call VRP problem TW with the time window, right? And then you inject penalties into it. So the vehicle routing problem with time window put into it, right? So these are current research, and you find that there are no papers, no less papers being published in this domain, which actually is very unfortunate because most of the people who publish always argue one thing, and that is that because no one has done the research, there's a gap, so I think I'm qualified to do research as a PhD student. Yeah, but the truth is further from that. In fact, most times, most research students do not really know what to work on. And ideally, I think as a research student, we want to work on something that can last us hopefully the next 3 to 5 years, or even a lifetime, right? Create your own research stream. So the question then is, what is a research stream that potential student today can look at, or even academics can look at, so that it can pick your interest and also capture the attention of industry? So that's where I want to go to the next slide, if you allow me. The next slide talks about what I hope to do. So in this presentation, you've heard some of the thinking that I've highlighted, giving you the background, but I want to share with you some of the recent industry developments and trends in supply chains. In some countries, they call it Supply Chain Management 4.0 or SCM 4.0 in short, right? Country in question here would be countries like Thailand, who actually initiated this SCM 4.0 about 3 years ago, right? Unfortunately, with COVID now, they have stalled a little bit, right? And I want to specifically examine 5 key industry relevant trends, I think. Relevant, of course, means supply chain relevant trends that will shape the supply chain landscape. And because it will shape the supply chain landscape, it will shape supply chain research also in the next 3 to 5 years. And then time permitting that, I'll show some glimpses on the fourth industrial revolution driven supply chain, which will present a paradigm shift in our supply chain management practice and, of course, research. And through this talk, I hope, if anything, you're not going to see any equation from me for today, but if anything, right, you'll present some cutting-edge research which are relevant to industry, and hopefully it will excite some of you here to persuade to consider doing some work in these areas, and hopefully you can bring forth the next stage of maturity and development in the supply chain, right? So that we are ready for the new normal, which in this case is a post-COVID-19 era. Okay, so with that, let me move on. The first one I want to talk about is recent trends in supply chain. So this slide that I'm showing you is quite massive, but don't worry, I don't have a lot of slides for today, only 10. And the good news is that we are at 40% of the 10 slides. So that's the good news. Now, some trends. There's some 5 key trends, okay? In fact, this is a small error. These are 5 key industry trends, right? Of course, I think they will shape the supply chain. So the first column that you see here, where my mouse is moving across, all right, 5 key trends. And there are 5 of them that I think is worth our attention today. And these are the trends that are happening in the industry. First one, innovation in business. Second one, shorter and tougher business cycles. The third is customers. The customer base is expanding and more demanding, unfortunately, right? The fourth is wages and increasing costs. As we all know, right? Once you get into a job, right, you are paid a salary, you pay a certain wage, but then the usual lament as you age and grow older, right? You find that you say everything's expensive. No one has ever said, in his work life or her work life, saying that things are getting cheaper. They'll always say things are getting more expensive. So we'll touch that trend and see how it affects the supply chain. And the fifth one, of course, is this big thing about big data, or rather the evolution of big data. I'm not going to say that there's big data, because big data has been around with us for a long time, but it's how it's evolved such that we think that it's worth our attention in research. Now, so what I will do is to look at some of these key trends in the context of business, in the context of industry. Then after that, we'll say, how would it affect the supply chain? And because of how you affect the supply chain, how will it affect the research in supply chain management, right? And I think it's important because many businesses are, one, hopeful, looking towards the future, yet there are also businesses which are slightly smaller, worried about the future because they do not want to be left behind, right? Because they fail to innovate, or because they don't understand the business cycle, or because they don't understand or they cannot meet up to the expectation of their customers, and because they cannot manage the cost and they don't know how to exploit data, right? Data which can be turned into critical pieces of information. All right, let me touch on the first thing, which in this case is innovations in business, right? What we're seeing today is this, that today we barely see a business that does not have an interaction with an IT system. Anything to do with logistics, anything to do with transport, anything to do with supply chain, right? You find that you have to make use of some IT system, especially if you're a SME supplier serving a large multinational, right? So you have to work into their supply chain system. So what does it say? It says that, look, you need to have people who are trained in the area and understand how to organize some of these systems. And some of the innovations that can drive changes in business, which will indirectly drive a change to the supply chain, are listed in the table right below here. And I've listed them by numbers from 1 to 9, which I think are worth our consideration. And if you look at this as a little puzzle from 1 to 9, then you see some words that will come through. For example, the letters of the English alphabet, right? There's a lot of A's in there, A's being autonomous and near autonomous vehicles. A lot of A's inside the word called automation, 2 A's at least, right? And here I mentioned 2 things, automation of knowledge and work, right? Then another A is advanced materials. Now let's talk about these 3 A's first. The first A, autonomous and near autonomous vehicles, right? These are vehicles basically who can navigate, smart vehicles that is, okay? Navigate on its own and operate with reduced or no human intervention. So the key proponents of these are the Europeans, right? And for example, Volvo was one of the first few players in this market to actually look at autonomous vehicles. Then the French also came into place, and you will see some of these autonomous vehicles will be, oh, come on, sorry. You see this slide here. There's a set of pictures down here, and this is, oops, okay, yeah. Here, the title of this slide was actually autonomous vehicle. That's another A, right? Autonomous or autonomous will impact technology. The technology in these vehicles will impact the future of transport, right? And in here, you'll see that the motivation is very simple. It's supposed to give, okay, the people who are so-called the drivers, in this case, logistics is a big industry that uses some of these drivers, more time to rest and play. Why? Because we know that, for example, in the ground transport business, right, drivers are typically the ones that drive long distances to deliver the goods to us from a port to a city, for example. Let's say if in India, like companies like Bayer, you know, they have their port of entry in Mumbai, then they have to ship all the way to Calcutta or Chennai or whatever, right, on the other side of India. So what does it say? It says that, look, as the drivers drive across, there are always cases of, you know, accidents, people falling asleep, being tired, for example, drivers falling asleep, being tired. So with autonomous vehicles, they hope to address some of these safety concerns, right? The second part, of course, is that by having these autonomous vehicles, you find the other part that's happening is that you're changing the engine. Companies like big American companies like United Life, they're already in a big way trying to change, lobby for government support, not to have industrial combustion engines, but to move or to face industrial combustion engines, what we call the ICEs, out and to go for what we call EVs or electric vehicles. So there's a lot of change now. Now, why the EVs? Because one, they will burn less fuel, right? Smoother traffic, less congestion. And because of what is happening, then you find that you can actually provide more time definite delivery, because now there's no more breaks needed except for maybe the battery charging. But of course, with hybrid cars, you can actually recharge on the fly. As in, you still travel, you're charging the battery, and it keeps on going for at least a good 900 kilometers compared to a traditional internal combustion engine that can only hold a complete tank of fuel of diesel up to 500. So basically, you can cover twice the distance with half the fuel, so to speak. Okay, then there's also mobility, and this again to the people who are older, right? They like to be more stable, so that's mobility issue. Then on-demand vehicle sharing, right? Again, this has to do with the notion of asset management. And in research, we know that one big area is how do we optimize the use of our assets? And finally, even parking. Maybe in India, in some parts of India, you don't have the big issue in terms of car parks, right? But in really urban cities, like for example, Delhi, like for example, Tokyo, right? China, Beijing, right? Where car park is a premium, and that's why they are, owning a car is not difficult, but finding a space to park is a challenge. So how do you optimize that? So you find that in all this, point number 2, that as a driver here, autonomous and near autonomous vehicles. Industry is keen, and there are companies out there in the automotive sector which are already phasing out the internal combustion engine and moving towards the EV market. And the EV market, mind you, is not just for trucks, not just for cars, but also for the motorbikes. Right? Country in question here will be like, for example, Vietnam and Indonesia. That's also looking for electric motorbikes, simply because not because of the economics issue, but because of the environmental and social issue that they have to address. Okay, so that's one, autonomous and near autonomous vehicles. Then before that, there's another one which is called the mobile internet. Okay, so I covered the A's roughly, but there are others related to that. We can go through in the interest of time. I will not cover all of it, but it will suffice to say that in each of these, from the mobile network to autonomous vehicles to automating work, that means to say that some work that's repetitive, right? You can actually store into a database, and the next time you pick up the same work, you have a set a ready answer for the question that was asked. And in this process here, automation of work, there's a piece of work that we did for a fairly new greenfield hospital about 19 months ago. And this is what we call basically robotic process automation, right? And so what it says here is this, that basically we can actually automate the process. Now, I just saw a couple of questions that were raised. Sorry, I'm not very good at seeing hands. So are there questions here? Can you hear me? Uh-oh.
Yeah, there are
Yes, sir.
few questions.
Yes, please, please. I promise you all that your questions, I'll be more than happy to answer, provided I have the answers.
We can answer at the end of the session, sir.
Okay, fine. We'll do that.
Sure.
Okay, so long as you have a approach to doing it, I'm happy to go along with it. Okay, if that's the case, then let me go on. Now, point number 4 is about 3D printing. So 3D printing is interesting because one, it's got a D, so the next letter comes out D. Okay, but 3D printing will and companies are already looking at 3D printing, and you'd be surprised today, right? Because of 3D printing that came about 10 years ago, and 5 years ago there was a big wave of 3D printers, and 3D printers today, as a matter of cost, it's just like the laser printer. Laser printer, when it started 30 years ago, started as a 4-digit number, $3,000 or so. But today, we all know, right? Laser printers are out because they're bulky, they're heavy, and now we've got LED printers, which is only a few $100s. So we have brought it down to at least one order of magnitude. Likewise, 3D printers, when they first came out with Boeing ESD, they were about 10,000 a pop, and they're huge, massive, You need a whole professor's office to occupy a 3D printer. But today, they are looking at smaller, consumer-based 3D printers. Now, what's the catch? The catch is that the price has gone down from 10,000 to maybe $1,000. Oh, okay, fine, one order of magnitude, but they're thinking of pushing it further down to another order of magnitude reduction to say that it can be a few $100s so that it's available throughout the homes of many people. What does it mean? It means that once it's available with 3D printing, you basically can print anything that you want, provided you have the materials to print. In normal paper printing, we need ink, we need the drum, right? But in 3D printing, we don't need the ink and the drum as much as we need the materials, the raw materials. For example, the resin to print joints, to print books, for example, and then to also print food, right? These are what we call the resins, and there's a lot of technology and companies are into the game, right? So what does it say? It says that in the context of the supply chain, in the time to come, next 24 months or so, you will see this, and that is that the delivery of finished goods in a supply chain will not be as important as the delivery of raw materials. Why raw materials? Because if you get your hands on the right kind of raw materials, and if you go into the dark web, then you can actually print a lot of sensitive equipment. For example, like ammunition, weapons of mass destruction, and so on, right? So that's where they're trying to look at the custody of control of the supply chain. There's a C inside there, right? Now, so 3D printing will be a thing of the future, and it's going to stay with us. Right? Already in parts of developed Asia, Japan, Singapore, Korea, we are already looking at how to print food. Food, what is food? Food means you can actually print things, simple things like apples. You can print simple things like glasses. You can print meat, for example, right, with the amino acids put into place. But of course, the environmental conditions must be suitable for it. But they're already in trial stage, and hopefully in the next 24 months to roll this out, and then food will be made available, right, more accessible by the people at the bottom of the pyramid. Okay. Point number 5, Internet of Things, and we'll come back to that later in one of the slides I'll show you, that all these networks of low-cost sensors. And today we all have handphones. The beauty of the 5G, the 4G or the 5G handphones is this, and that is that they've got sensors that can be activated, provided you're willing to allow access into your handphone, right? And then they can actually become smart handphones, and that's why they're called smartphones, whereby they can talk to other phones and then tell the control tower, if you like, information about your handphone's location. You can use the handphone to monitor as a decision-making device and also to improve the process optimization. So what does it lead us to? It leads us to the next one, which is another letter called C, right? C, of course, is cloud. The cloud technology will stay. Many companies today are moving away, except for some for security reasons, but most companies are moving away from having dedicated in-house proprietary systems. Instead, they're looking at their own, their own share of buying space in the cloud, paying for data in the cloud, paying for use of the cloud, right? Whereby they can actually join a resource and yet be protected. So basically, they're looking at using some of these hardware equipment as a service or software as a service. So more and more it will happen. Now, how do you protect all these things then, right? If you put in the cloud, then nobody actually knows what is happening. And we all know that there have been many cases in the last 12 months that people in the dark web have been buying and hacking into some of these cloud and extracting information, sensitive personal information. The answer to that, of course, is the next one, which is the last letter in the alphabet that I will talk to you about. And it's the B part. And that's we talk about blockchains. Right? And so there are companies like MERS, IBM, they've gone into this blockchain. They started off, right, doing a collaboration to look at how to transfer blockchain. And we are also into a project where we work with, in this case was SAP, right, to look at some of these blockchains and some of the German players like Dagowski, there's a software company, right, to look at how to use blockchain to manage the flow of goods end to end. Right? So that's where we talk about the A, B, C, and D. And all these form part and parcel of the innovation game. And of course, the last one that I've not covered, which is an A, right, is robots, robotic systems. It means at the end of the day, right, you can be rest assured, if you live in a developed country, you will have more interaction with these things called smart robots. Smart robots in the likes of companies like ABB, which is a large European robotic maker, right? They have created what they call a collaborative robot, cobots, means robots who can actually work with humans, think like a human, and yet perform up to a certain level of intermediate tasks like a human, right? And that will actually save a lot of human time. But of course, the research question here is this, and the begs an answer is this: if humans are replaced, then how will they get paid? And if they cannot get paid, then there's no more leisure to enjoy. Okay, so that's where there's some ethical questions that are asked, and that's why universities today are also setting up their own centers for understanding how to manage AI, particularly the arts and humanities, because they're all asking these important ethical issues. Okay, so if you're fine with that, let me move on to the next slide, and that goes to point number 2. We talk about shorter and tougher business cycles. So this is where we look at the slide, and again, the 4-letter acronym VUCA, which is the vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, and the ambiguous environment, comes into play, right? Because unfortunately, the business environment is becoming more and more uncertain. We all know this, right? First one, in a very classic case in Asia, was China and America. And unfortunately, this problem, even after Trump is going to be removed and Biden is going to take over, we all know that this issue is not going to disappear. In fact, it's going to get worse with the trade war and everything. And the other VUCA that we've seen is, of course, the famous COVID-19, right? I'm not sure about you guys, but for me, it's been a terrible 10 months already. Like 10 months, yeah, it's been a terrible 10 months, you know. A lot of things cannot happen, a lot of travel cannot be done, and even classes, as you know, as professors in the classroom, we cannot even meet our students face to face. Everything must be done online, and it becomes a real challenge, especially for students who have to do their internship, who have to do industry-based projects. It's not easy to see, for example, a warehouse online. The other issues, of course, is price volatility. And because of all this uncertainty, then you find that the uncertainty in the supply chain in business is not just because of one element of uncertainty. It can be uncertainty that has a reason from the lack of transport, the lack of firm arrival times, and so on. And with COVID-19, one of the issues that researchers have found is this, that many of the countries are affected by COVID-19 and have also have governments imposing lockdowns. Their businesses are facing a massive insolvency. In short, countries like Australia had to have a recession, but thank goodness for Australia, they did the right thing, I guess. So they were in a recession only for a short period, 2 quarters, and now they are out of it on paper, right? But I think business will face more challenges, and because business will face more challenges, it's a vicious cycle. The supply chain will face more challenges, and because the supply chain faces more challenges, the business will again face more challenges. But what is real and what will sit with us is this, and you see in the slide here. Right, what used to be economic cycles that happen once in 10 to 15 months, and you find that the economic cycles that countries are facing will become shorter and shorter, right? But the problem is this, some industries will take longer to recover. An example here was this, that this was a study that was done because they said, okay, automotive makers who are not prepared to go to the electric vehicle side of the game, EVs that is, right, they will not recover. They will be phased out of the market, right, because of societal, environmental, and government considerations. And the statement was this, that automotive industries who are stuck with this internal combustion engine mindset will take at least 12 to 18 months to recover to their pre-crisis levels. So that's a scary thing. Trend number 3 is this, that the customer base, good news is this, you are in India, right? And you together with another country called China, you are the largest consumers of many consumer products in the world today, right? There's a new term that's been set up by industry. The likes of Procter & Gamble, the likes of Unilever says this, that they recognize complexity, but they also say that complexity is not really bad, because with complexity is a problem that is okay to have, provided they can manage it, right? One is managing it, and they put in the context of the population, their market size. In the past, we had 2 groups of people, urban and rural, but today there's an intermediate group, which these companies, the likes of Unilever and Procter & Gamble, says that, hey, they've got to recognize them, because this intermediate group of people, what we call the rural, urban, or the Ruben population, is approximately 3.5 billion people. In short, 3.5 billion people is like China, the population of China and India combined, almost, right? And of this Ruben population, right, which sometimes can have 20,000 to 50,000 villagers staying in a simple Ruben center, because of the internet, they're now exposed, right, to the world of what their counterparts in the big cities are enjoying. So they want fashionable, well-known international brands, albeit at the same quality and price. And we all know, right, price as you travel to an inaccessible area cannot be remain the same. So there must be some cross-subsidy. So research that's been done by these companies are saying that, look, it is possible, but it means that they will change their configuration in terms of their production network, in terms of how they want to service the customers. Give an example for India. India, there was a study that was done, a recent study called the India Urbanization Report, based on the source that you see down there in the slide. It was claimed that India will see more than 1,000 new urban centers over the next 20 years. In short, they realized that there'll be 1 million households that will move to middle class level. China, likewise, will see more than 60% of their retail growth, right, coming from the tier 3 to tier 4. So tier 3, in particular tier 4, tier 3 will be the 150,000 people to 3 million. But they contribute about 18 to 67 billion of the China's GDP. Tier 4 are the ones that we're talking about. Tier 4 cities, by definition, are a very good fit to the Ruben population. In short, they have a population of less than 150K. And the good news in China is that there are many of these tier 4 cities, because they form about 40% of China's population, right? So what does it say? It says that, look, companies are now relying more on social media to reach out to this market. And these customers, they know it. And they're also younger, and they're more IT savvy. So they depend very much on what we call the KOLs, or the knowledge opinion leaders. right? So this is the industry side of the game, and there's a lot of research now in terms of understanding social media, how we look at web-based or web influence sales, and how to put influencers inside there, and how to pay for influencers. But these things can only happen, and industries only know too well that if it can only happen, the customers can be reached provided the infrastructure is established, robust, a strong internet penetration, and the income level continue to rise. And that's where industries want academia to come out to say, how do we do research to understand which of these urban populations should be approached first, right? Whether it's from inside out or outside in, international, domestic, and so on. The other part that's changing this customer base is technology, digital space. Today's consumers are getting more IT savvy, right? And because they can pick out information readily from the net, the digital space, you find that they know some of these things almost as if it's at the same time as the urban consumers. So that's where, okay, companies are worried because that creates a lot of complexity, a lot of challenges in their delivery system. And because they don't know where the demand is going to come from due to the internet or due to social media, that creates a lot of uncertainty in their planning, right? And so they want to see how academics in universities can help them, management consultants like McKinsey's and so on, can help them to create and maintain an agile operation system. Okay, so that's point number 3, expanding and demanding consumer base. Point number 4 talks about wages that I mentioned earlier on. And in the space of wages, no different, right? It's always been an issue, right? Since 1980s, where the Harvard professors like McKinsey and Berg talk about, being footloose and also offshoring and so on. But today, we have been talking up to today, until now, we've been talking about China as being the factory of the world. But we all know the reality is this, that China is fast losing its advantage as the factory of the world. And many companies know that. Trade war aside between China and Europe and the US, but many countries know that the wage advantage of China has been eroding. And an example in point number 1 that you see down there in the slide, Anhui is a small province, it's a province below the second best performing province in China. Their minimum wage is $166 a month compared to Shanghai, which is $358. But even at $166 a month, the folks in clothing, apparel, footwear, right, the FTC, textile, okay, industry, right, are only too well aware that it's still too expensive because you need to have a cheaper cost. What was in the past $80 in the place called Anhui, today is $166. So in sense, it's been doubling in the last 10 years. And we all know that this increases the cost of operations. And unfortunately, companies, when they set up a factory, they do not want to set up a factory for a few months. They want to set up for a few years at least before they relocate. So now many companies need help to look at the wage equation and compare against the fixed cost equation of infrastructure and say, when is the best time to locate, when's the best time to move out of a location to go to another new place to so-called follow the market and enjoy the lower wage differential. So that's where we look at this. Of course, the third dimension comes in for many companies today and for research too, is that is the government policies. Many US companies have been bitten hard by the US-China trade war, and because of this now, they're looking at options. And unfortunately, their first preferred option 12 months ago was China. Then after they changed to Hong Kong, just outside of China. And less than 2 months ago, you find that now Hong Kong is a bad option because now they are also barred. You heard the story, right? Of how the poor chief executive of Hong Kong, Carrie Lam, cannot even open a bank account in the US. So she gets paid, okay? The best part is that she gets paid in hard cash. So she earns about close to to $1 million, I think. Yeah, but I'm not sure whether it's US or I think it's US currency. Yeah, she earns close to $1 million a year, but she gets paid every month in hard dollars. So what does that mean? It means that, right, she doesn't have a bank account to go to safeguard her money, and that means opening her home to risk for home invasions. Now, what does it say here? It says that all these wage costs will go up. And what is the new low-cost destinations of today? And that's why I give 2 examples, India and Vietnam, right? They are only for today. 5 years down the road, they may not be. So companies are only too well aware, and they want to know the size of the market, how long will it allow them to operate in a certain location, in a preferred option, with a preferred option, so that they can actually stay and be sustainable. And that's why I give you the newspaper cutting that was quite recent. This one talks about the regional RCEP, the RCEP, or the Regional Cooperation Economic Plan. And this has been around for the last 10 years. And today, finally, they've signed it, albeit India decided not to sign it because they were concerned of a few things. And they decided a lot of the companies that are now in India may move out to other locations in the Asia Pacific. Right? And for good reasons, because they have seen it before historically. Hence, they will say, okay, by putting RCEP into place, businesses may be happy with a short-term myopic view, but in the long term, it will affect other things. And one of the things that it will affect is the supply chain, right? So that's where, again, research will come in. But having all this information is valuable, provided the data that we get is captured correctly, is well distributed, and how do you make use of the many data? Now, the question is, who has the most data? Is it the banks who collect a lot of our personal information we need to do business, or is it the shippers, or is it the credit cards that we use, or the point of sales in the retail center, or is it the logistics service provider? Now, like it or not, then you realize that when I pose all these questions to us here today, you find that there's data captured every time, every second, right? And there are some studies I've done, and I'm not going to quote you those examples, but it will suffice to say that data is getting captured, distributed across multiple nodes in real time today. Right? No thanks to things like a handphone, no thanks to our purchases, no thanks to the cards that we hold, right? And people are all looking towards data, especially the more the better they think, and say that because it will create competitive advantage. For example, knowing where to locate our best item for sale or to deliver to the next potential customer in the shortest possible time. Today, governments have taken the initiative to help companies along because, for one simple reason, every company wants to know what the other company is doing. They want to know the data of the other company, but they're not willing to share. So some governments, being more enlightened, have come into place to say that, look, there must be trusted sharing of data by supply chain players. And this is what it is. So that's where the blockchain comes in, that's where the cloud comes in, and that's where the data platform comes in. And because of this, companies are also saying that, look, at the end of the day, it's not just about a physical flow. The supply chain must be also about a digital flow, a data platform flow, right? So that's where now many industries are looking at two types of supply chain, the physical supply chain and the digital supply chain, how to merge them into one, okay? Now, is data important? Is big data important? How is it captured by companies, by businesses? This last add in here tells you how data is captured. And every time you approach a phone company, you go to a outsource center, right? Most of the people who answer you today may not be an actual person. For example, Microsoft has Alexis, right? Alexis is not a person, it's a chatbot, right? Basically, it's a robotic chat machine that has got enough information driven by AI to talk to customers. In this case, Ninja Van is a last mile service provider in logistics. They've rolled out their AI-driven chatbot for shippers as recent as just barely 3 months ago, September 17, 2020. And this Ninja Chat for shippers is available in all of Ninja Chat's 6 operating markets. Now, what does that mean for business and implications for business? Basically, it means that with Ninja Chat, the business processing out centers or the call centers does not need to exist. There's no more physical locations like China, like India, like the Philippines, or even Thailand. And these chatbots are all voice activated. Once you activate your voice, they can probably pick up, right, due to text analysis, right, which country you're from, your nationality. Then their chatbot will modify the language to suit your conversation, right? So this company Ninja is a service provider, like I told you, for logistics e-commerce. They're very rolled out in 6 countries in ASEAN, and very soon they'll occupy the 10 countries of ASEAN. So in short, right, costs will have to go down, right? But the question then is, what about the supply chain? Will it be more efficient? Okay, so that's where we come to the research trends. The next 3 slides that I will have with you in the next 10 minutes or so. The first one is, there's a lot of technology, but the question is then, where are the options, where are the opportunities for research, right? And understanding what is a customer-centric smart supply chain. And I think some of the opportunities that you will see here will be robotics. If you are into robotics, then you should make robots, do more research on robots, especially the last stage of the robotic development, which is the end effector, or the robots that can sense and touch and hold goods just like a human can. many companies, many countries, many universities in many countries I've seen have spent a lot of money trying to make the robotic hands to be so soft. For example, I can take a robotic arm. I can get a robotic arm to pick up a glass, a crystal glass. But you find that the human hand will pick up the crystal glass in, say, 3 seconds, but the robotic arm will take a minute to pick it up. And I mentioned this, okay? Why? Because it picks up too fast, then you find that the robotic arm will move in a cantilever approach, right? Or what we call in variation of calculus of variations, what we call a brachistochrone, right? In the sense that you will move in a certain fashion and then you'll pick up the thing. But in moving in the wrong fashion, in the right fashion even, okay? But in gripping the robotic glass, it has to have sensors to know how much to grip the glass, okay, with the robotic arm. If you grip too tight, the glass will actually just give way, disintegrate. So there's a lot of research now to say, how do we put soft touches to the robotic arm so that it can grip, right? Customer-centric, smart, cemented advancements in robotics. You see this in the hospital. We did something on this in the hospital, whereby the pharmacy of a hospital is not manned by pharmacists, but is actually manned by robotic arms, especially in the dispensing, in the so-called break bulking of pharmaceutical, say Panadol or whatever, into small blister packs for patients to use. Right, so that's where we talk about a combined advancement in robotics and product ID. Product ID basically means that when you deliver your prescription to the patients, right, it's no more slapping of slave labels, but actually using a QR code, or what we call electronic labeling, right? And the supply chain side, the research is this. In a warehouse, today, some research has been done on having to use robots and drones in the warehouse operations, right? Because you want to be faster, pick safer, and to pick more accurately, right? So more research can be done to say, how do we design the flow of the robots and the drones so that they have line of sight and not crash into each other? The next big wave is actually the networks that we talk about, 5G. The reason why the smartphones are very keen to go out and roll out 5G is because they see immense opportunity, but they also seem to think, especially for companies like Samsung, they seem to think that after 5G, there's nothing else to do for handphone. And that's why Samsung recently announced that they were thinking of moving out of the 5G smartphone game, because I think 5G will be the peak. And after, it will take a long while before 5G can move into 6G, which is quite strange if you think about it, because we moved from 2G to 3G to 4G, as in 4th generation, in a very quick way, rapid advancement, very similar to Moore's law. But after 5G, you find that there's a stalemate. But the reality is this: what is the value of 5G? From an industry perspective, they see immense value. From a research perspective, we have not really captured that immense value and trying to look and quantify that value. So at the bottom of this slide, I've tried to show you from industry to how the industry will be transforming based on Industry 4.0, and then after that, using 5G to show how it can actually connect one simple smartphone linked to 5G technology control tower, for example. It can hook up 1,000 different devices of different configurations that you can see here, subject to the frequency, of course, right? Then it can actually communicate and pass information very quickly, almost instantaneously, right? So that everybody will know where a product is in a warehouse, for example. And that's where industry sees the value in using 5G. But of course, there are other considerations. For example, the frequency, the rate of transfer, packet switching, for example. And that's why you see the data down here. Basically, the latest 5G can do about 20 gigs, as in gigabytes per second, and it's got a latency of 1 millisecond, so not a millisecond, right? Which is very fast, right? So it means it's less wastage. Now, but in the research side, from the computer science perspective, the question then is, how do we build and do a research from a 5G, with 5G, and layer the technology accordingly? So that's where we talk about the various layers and incorporate all this. So if you think about it, this research trend today we're looking at is the 5G network. How do we incorporate 5G into all the things we're trying to talk about? The drones, the AGV, as in the automatic guided vehicles, the augmented reality, the sensors, right? So this is where this part here, which is the open question in 5G networks. Okay, now, next slide is about research. Today, we always say that there's a cost to serve the customer, the time to value for the customer. But research from the industry perspective, they say, look, we do not want to just pay a service provider. We want to look at supply chain as a service to become a business option. In short, how do we actually use the supply chain to deliver right down to the JIT basis, but for a packet of one, right? And in the retail game, that's why the third bullet of this slide says, in the retail game, what we want is, or the second bullet first, the supply chain and service provider can capture and analyze information almost instantaneously to make quick supply chain decisions and management decisions, right? And what does that mean? It means that the store manager in retail logistics will be able to know what or which shelves to stock. It means we'll talk about smart shelving, right? And that's where the fast-moving consumer goods will say, okay, how do we optimize the shelf allocation? It means we do not look at the minimum order quantity of a container box. We want to research and say, if the minimum order quantity is 1, then how should we configure our allotment or assortment, deliver it so that customers can see exactly what's being delivered and place an order almost instantaneously. It means it's a 100% pull system from research. Now, the last one, of course, is policy research. We talk about the technology, we talk about the optimization, we talk about the operations research, but the policy research is something that's still lacking, and that is there's a need for good policy research to understand some of these new trade signages or the trade plans that are in place, like for example, the RCEP, the ASEAN Economic Community, APEC, and so on, right? How do we look at this? And we talk about digital supply chain just now. And in the case of Singapore, Singapore has a very interesting setup. It's trying to integrate the transport corridor, travel corridor, the trade corridor into one corridor. And they call it the Singapore-Chongqing Physical and Digital Connectivity Initiative. So in short, it's trying to test all these technologies, put into place, allow people to use 5Gs, customers to use 5Gs, the service providers use 5G, so that they can manage the whole thing as a test bed, right, for a perfect 5G enabled supply chain. But the research on this is still not clear. So what's the conclusion from all this? Basically, what I've gone through with you for today, I hope time's permitting. Yeah, okay. It's very simple. I've covered with you, I think, the ABCDs. A is in AI, B is in blockchain, C is in cloud, D is in data. There's a lot of research that's still needed out there, but the objective of doing it is actually all about managing vulnerability, complexity, and efficiency. How do we make the supply chain more efficient? Right? How do we entertain a more complex supply chain? Because now it's not just physical, but also digital. Okay, so with that, then where's areas that we can identify for research? Last slide for today. Earlier on, you saw this set of boxes here where we talk about the research that's been done so far. Then you have another set of boxes which are now in the bold red, which are the new things. That means there's still research in supply chain, but taking a different perspective. For example, complex group decision support making systems, DSS, right? Or GDSS, if you like, right? Where we look at automatic warehouse network, how to deliver. Then we talk about, for example, fleet management, fleet transport systems on fixed routes, or also the autonomous vehicles we talk about, right? How do we set up an agile network? How do we manage vehicle on demand, right? Means delivery on demand situations using smart analytics, machine learning, AI, right? You can talk about, for example, the spatial temporal STGM, yeah, spatial temporal generalized models, right, in machine learning and so on. And then you can say how to predict time-space series to look at how to deliver better, right? And then after that, look at, for example, the network, the footprint. What's the right configuration when you have to integrate physical and digital supply chains? Okay, so with that, let me now pause here. And I think I've taken up too much time already. All right, so over to you guys. I will end my talk here and be happy to take a couple of questions before I leave you to continue to the rest of your day. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this very enlightening session on research opportunities in supply chains. I mean, after listening to you, I must admit that I'm
Sorry, you're breaking a bit. I heard some nice words, but I think the bad things you want to say.
feeling rather inadequate to close a session. I mean, am I not audible?
You are, but it's a bit of a lag. Is that Jitendra? Is it Jitendra?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, hey, nice to meet
Okay,
you.
I'll be a little louder.
Yeah, I hope we can meet each other face to face. It's much easier that way, isn't it? Then enjoy a cup of tea together.
Yeah, it would be such an honor and pleasure to meet you, Professor. And supply chains really represent a very interesting area because they are of great interest to the technically accomplished and those involved in the management function. It has a direct impact on the company's bottom line. So it presents, fantastic opportunities for research, but the ones that you pointed out are not necessarily the ones that we had in mind. And that's where you opened a new area of research for us, especially something on 3D printing. As an institute, our college has great strengths in several areas, and these include mobile internet, automation of knowledge and work, IoT, cloud technology, interest in robotics, and 3D printing. We have faculty who are deeply interested in this. So these are areas we definitely could, start reading more about and start exploring and seeing how we can contribute to research and maybe learn even more from you, sir. Thank you very much for your time. It was an amazing session, and it is something that is going to remain with us for a long time to come, sir. Thank you for
Yes,
your
certainly.
time.
I mean, the whole reason I hope my talk can inspire you guys is to say that, look, if you can push yourself, be ahead of the curve, position yourself correctly, then when India is ready to take on the forefront, and encourage some of these industries to come back and base themselves in India, like Bayer and so on, right? I think you should be ready with these new things that the companies are talking about, right? Especially as an institution, high institution of learning, right? Rather than to look at the older stuff, because you want to train your graduates to be what we call industry ready and future-proof them.
That's right, sir. And we'll get on with that and see how we can contribute to this and learn more from you. There were a couple of questions, sir, in terms of, how blockchains will reform the supply chain and how ML can be used in warehousing management. If you have a minute or two, we would be so grateful if you could take them.
Okay, I can take the machine learning first. Blockchain I can't because we're actually currently doing a project, so it's sensitive because many companies are trying to look at blockchain to have security. As you know, with big data, there's always the issue of leakage of data. So the question is, how do you control it? How do you make sure that the right person sees the right data that they should see, isn't it? Right. So that one I'll start that on the stop. But for machine learning and warehousing, I think the issue always has been this: companies want to know, for example, are they buying the right warehouse space? And the warehouse service providers want to know, are they building the right size of warehouse? Rather than say that I want to build 1 million square feet, you can build, but someone's to pay. And then if you don't have enough customers to take your 1 million square feet of warehouse space, then you are running a loss, and you don't want to run a loss because why? To build that warehouse, you probably have to take a bank loan, and the bank loan will charge you on interest on a daily basis. So that's expensive, okay? But if you know exactly if your customer is in a certain product, you know that they're not going to go up anytime soon, as in product is declining, the demand for product is declining, then you can tell your customer, hey, I can charge you a certain rate, but you're going to get out because I think I'm not do your business because you're not profitable enough. So that's where machine learning can be useful. But to do that, okay, you need three groups of people to be involved in a project like this. Research that is, right? One is the data scientist to run the algo, right? Whether you're going to use random forest or whatever, right? Two is the business people to look at the management business side of things. And third one is the computer science. In the system to help the company. Once they see this, I'll tell you, they realize that the warehouses that should be full are really full. The warehouses that should be removed will be removed because then it makes a lot of sense. Today, we're just doing it according to past experience and hoping that there's no change in the industry. But unfortunately, industries are changing because the landscape is changing.
That's right, sir. The rules of the game are changing, and that makes it even more challenging.
Correct. Absolutely.
Mark, excellent lecture.
No problem. Happy to
excellent lecture, sir.
Unfortunately, I wish I could spend more time, but not really. But if you have good,
no issue, no issue.
Happy to engage with them and do some good work together. And the simple rule is very simple.
Yes, sure.
To publish some good papers. That's all.
Yes, and the students of Techno engineer.
Sorry, Prasun, you're also breaking. Lost you in a few words.
They will visit. What I am telling that the students of Techno engineer who are supposed to visit you, but due to COVID.
Yeah. The university closed the door, so to speak. So if you can come, but if you get sick, then tough, because it's the cost of insurance, the cost of medication, the cost of quarantine. So it's just expensive.
Yeah. So later on, when everything is stable, then they will visit you. Okay. And
okay, no problem.
And day by day, you are looking very. Day by day, you are looking very young. Just see myself and Professor Sandeep. We are we have a white, but you are looking young. Very nice. So excellent lecture, and we'll and we'll pursue collaborative research work. Our Yogi, every nice day, Mark. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. Happy to oblige now. Please send my best regards to your mom. I'm personally help your situation, but unfortunately, my hands are tied also in this case. Yeah, but in the meantime, I must send my apologies to those who have more questions. Sure. I have to take my leave now because it's almost 6:30, so I got to go for my next meeting. I'm quite late already. All right, so enjoy the rest of your conference, and I wish you all the best. We stay in touch then. Take care.
Yes.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so now I need to close this out. Okay, then what's going on? This.
So after the wonderful speech of Professor Margot, allow me to take a break. Let's all of us take a break for 1 hour. We'll be again live after 1 hour. Let's take a break for high tea.
Oh, stop share is here. Okay, I forgot. Okay, then I will leave. Okay.
So we now have a break of 1 hour will be there for the lecture of Professor Pierluigi Sayan. Okay. So high tea and drinks, whatever you want to take, you take, and then come with friends.
Hello.
Am I audible? Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
We still have almost 9 minutes.
Yes, so let's wait for 7-8 minutes more, then we can start. Good evening, Professor.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I welcome you to
Thank
this
you.
event.
Thank you very much. Can you? Hi.
Should we start, sir?
Yes, we can start.
Yeah. So let me start by. I welcome everyone to the session again. I hope today's session has been informative for all of us. So now we have Professor Sano with us. Let me start by introducing him. Professor Sano, who is a keynote speaker for the day, is a scientific director of the Smart Grids and Smart Cities Laboratory with the Department of Management and Innovation Systems from University of Salerno, Italy. He is the editor of the reputed journal Smart Cities, MDPI publisher since 2018, and we wholeheartedly welcome him to deliver a speech today. He will be delivering a speech on distributed parallel optimization of residential PV battery systems and smart grids. We welcome you, sir. Looking forward to your speech. Over to you, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation. Good morning, everybody. I'm very delighted to present this keynote to recent advances in computational techniques. I'm very grateful to the organizers for the invitation, and in particular to my friend Prasun. He's also an honorary visiting professor in my laboratory. And today I'm going to present this keynote titled Distributed Parallel Optimization for Residential Photovoltaic Systems in Smart Grids. In this presentation, after briefly introducing the procurement of flexibility resources in the ancillary services market, I will talk about an architecture for the large-scale aggregation of prosumers that we have designed and developed at the University of Salerno in the context of an Italian pilot project. The architecture has been designed to allow an aggregator to participate in the ancillary services market for providing flexibility, solving day-ahead and real-time optimizations. Then I will describe an innovative distributed parallelized linear programming based optimization that is scalable and privacy preserving, allowing to deal with hundreds of thousands of prosumers without disclosing their information. And I will then present some results based on an Italian pilot project. Then I will present some findings and conclusions. As known, future electricity distribution grids will host a considerable share of distributed and renewable energy sources, and the electric power system is undergoing a rapid transition towards decarbonization and decentralization. In this context, residential and commercial customers, once simply consumers of electricity, are deploying distributed energy resources, becoming producers themselves in a new, increasingly decentralized power system. The flexibility offered by these new resources and technologies can reduce electricity and infrastructure costs while enabling the power sector to meet decarbonization targets. Modern power systems are evolving from a centralized paradigm according to which electrical energy was mainly generated by large power plants at the transmission level to a new decentralized layered decomposition optimization model where distributed generation, often based on renewable energy sources, represents a relevant portion of the produced electrical energy. In this new model, the provision of ancillary services to the transmission system operator should take into account the possible flexibility furnished by new distributed resources, such as dispersed and small generators, also based on renewable energy sources, and that are frequently nowadays endowed with small batteries. In particular, distributed battery energy storage systems, also of small scale, that were mainly used to decrease the uncertainty due to renewable energy sources and to increase the energy self-consumption for the end user, can be also managed by to provide energy flexibility to the transmission system operator. Battery energy storage systems can be directly managed by the system operator or controlled by an aggregator that can offer energy flexibility in the ancillary service market. Considering this new model of modern power systems and in order to exploit the potential of energy flexibility offered by new resources, the European regulatory framework has opened the ancillary service market to distributed energy resources, including energy storage and demand response providers. Among distributed energy resources, battery energy storage systems have gained recently more attention from many scholars evaluating their involvement in the ancillary service market due to their higher ramp rate and fast response. The proposed method the proposed methods consider both the planning and the real-time sessions to define the unit commitment and then in real time the activation of flexibility resources according to the Italian ancillary services market. In particular, we are considering a pay as bid mechanism and a settlement period of 15 minutes. And in this context, an aggregator, after carrying out a day-ahead optimization based on day-ahead forecast, can offer services of flexibility in the up or down mode during the planning session, considering its baseline as a reference. If then the offers are accepted by the system operator, it can ask the aggregator to deliver the flexibility provision during the real-time session. If the energy instead is not delivered, an imbalance cost is applied. Accordingly, the aggregator should carry out a real-time optimization based on short-term forecast in order to not pay the imbalance cost. It is worth noting that in the last years, the Italian Regulatory Authority for Energy Networks and Environment implemented a new regulation that allowed aggregated distributed energy resources to participate in the market for ancillary services. According to it, an aggregate can be composed of different types of resources, including generators, loads, battery energy storage systems, electric vehicles, and so on, without any limit to the regulated power of the single resource. But the aggregate should have an overall minimum regulating power of 1 megawatt, even if in the future this will be reduced. As you can see in this slide, in order to implement the distributed parallel optimization and allow the exchange of energy data among all the prosumers, some distributed intelligent devices based on information and the communication technology should be used. It is assumed that all prosumers are endowed with a home device gateway, a smart meter, allowing near real-time communication of the energy data flow, and of an energy management system, which is a hardware device such as a Raspberry platform. A management system platform shown in this figure based on information communication infrastructure and software applications is also required for evaluating the absorbed and injected active power for a prosumer, for exchanging information between prosumers, and for managing all the batteries. The considered large-scale aggregation of prosumers can be managed by using this implemented layered architecture, where each energy management system inside the house performs a local optimization. This layered architecture consists of a physical layer, and a virtual layer that is essentially a virtual platform where all prosumers can access. The physical layer provides security connections, smart metering, and communication to all prosumers. The virtual layer includes an energy information system allowing local site awareness based on real-time monitoring and on tools for the forecasting of photovoltaic production and load demand. By accessing to the virtual layer, the prosumers can exchange only some privacy-preserving information related to their local optimal solutions and their power flexibility contribution to fulfill the global constraints of the global optimization problem, as will be explained in the following. The virtual layer is based on distributed ledger technology and on smart contracts to achieve both the real-time distributed parallel optimization while preserving the privacy of all prosumers. The considered approach is based on a pilot project that we are carrying out in Italy for the procurement of flexibility resources in the Italian ancillary services market. In the day ahead problem, the aggregator aims at maximizing the remuneration here described due to the provision of energy flexibility in the ancillary services market while minimizing the operation cost. And also there are some global constraints related to the minimum power for up and down regulation and other local constraints for all prosumers related to the power balance, power limits, and power charging, discharging speeds of batteries. In particular, if the offer is accepted by the system operator, then in real time, the aggregator should guarantee the provision of an amount of the accepted energy flexibility in time ranges that are identified by the optimization. And this problem is obtained by fixing these time ranges obtained by the optimization. And the problem is thus subject to these equality constraints. Same local constraints apply. There are different ways to find the discrete variables. They can be identified. They are related to the time ranges in which the up and down regulation is provided, and they can be identified or by in a centralized way by solving a mixed integer linear programming optimization, or in a heuristic way by using variable neighboring search and distributed parallel optimization. In particular, the centralized formulation is not able to deal with extra large instances arising from real-world scenarios. By solving the problem in a heuristic way, we can achieve a distributed parallel framework in which all prosumers participate in solving the problem in a faster way, also keeping their information not to disclose it. The way we accomplish this mission is by breaking down the centralized problem into many linear programming formulations and solving the resulting linear programming problems in a distributed parallelized way. So a new distributed optimization based on linear programming is designed that overcomes previous methods based on integer and quadratic programming, such as alternating direction method of multipliers. The proposed method is scalable, allowing to deal with hundreds or thousands of prosumers in real time. It is privacy preserving. In fact, a global solution can be found without any prosumer knowing the behavior or objectives of any other one. It can be implemented by using the described architecture, where each prosumer performs an optimization based on its specific objective function. As regards with the distributed parallelized linear programming based optimization, the idea is that of distributing the right-hand side of the global constraints among all prosumers in such a way so that the minimum power flexibility contribution of each prosumer is determined by the energy reserve available in its battery and like in this provided in this equation, and to solve this optimization problem where the update of gamma is achieved in the virtual layer by the smart contract. The basic intuition behind this formulation is that we increase the weights by large amount on those constraints which are more violated. Yeah, now I will first present more information can be found in this paper. Now I will firstly present some results obtained considering the centralized optimization. In particular, we consider a large-scale aggregate consisting of 2,000 residential users, all of them endowed with a controllable photovoltaic battery system, appropriately sized by each user according to its contractual power and energy consumption. This figure we can observe the state of charge of all users during a day in April for up regulation. In the lower part, we can see the photovoltaic production, the average power in a quarter of hour related to photovoltaic production to absorb the power for the baseline, this dotted line, and the absorbed power in the case of upper regulation. We can see that from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. for 4 consecutive hours, we have upper regulation. And if we look at the results overall over 1 year, we can see that here the objective function and here on the right part the remuneration from a flexibility provision. And it is clear that from March to September, the participation of the large scale aggregate both for in the case for up down and in up regulation allows obtaining a daily remuneration higher than the daily cost related to the purchase of electricity from the network, making the objective function positive. Also, if we look at the results for the related to the increment of cost for users, we can see that from March to October, the cost increment cost for the due to the energy absorbed by the grid are the same. Also, in the case for up-down regulation, there is a small difference. It is also important to point out that the impact on the self-consumption from photovoltaic generation and on the lifetime of the batteries is negligible. Now we present some results obtained by the new innovative, scalable, privacy-preserving distributed parallel optimization method. More results can be found in this paper. Also, here we consider an aggregation of 2,000 prosumers that can satisfy the flexibility constraints of 1 megawatt. And here we can see the flexibility provision that is furnished by the centralized and distributed method. We can see that there are no difference in terms of flexibility and so of delivered energy, and we have the same value for the objective function. Also, if we consider forecasting error during the day ahead of 20% for electrical load and 10% forecast error for photovoltaic production, here we can see the absorbed powers in both cases for day ahead real-time optimizations. Also, you can say that it is regardless of the forecast error, the parallel real-time optimization can achieve a power profile very close to that accepted during the day ahead in the ancillary services market, thus not including in any penalty. Also, as shown in this figure, where we can see the computational time of the parallelized linear programming based optimization. By varying the number of presumers, we can see that when considering this approach, we can deal with hundreds of thousands of presumers with a very small computational time. Also, during real time, we have a computational time varying between 30 and 25 milliseconds, considering the different months of the year. Now, let's move to final comments. We can conclude by saying that linear programming based parallelization enables not only to perform in an almost real-time way the optimization and for also for large scale real world problems, and also we can say that both the real-time optimizations being highly scalable and able to protect the personal information of prosumers can overcome typical drawbacks of centralized methods. And the proposed linear programming based optimization can be easily coded up and implemented on microcontrollers and connected to the implemented layered architecture. And also here you can see a list of some selected papers for further readings on this topic. Thank you very much for your attention. And if someone is interested, can also contact me by email. Now I'm interested to hear from you with your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable sessions. We have learned a lot related to the new field smart grids and ASM and smart meters. We have learned about how battery energy storage systems are work and how energy management system plays a good role with the help of gateways, Raspberry Pi, and Internet of Things modules. We also learned about how the smart grids day and ahead real-time problems and we are facing. You have suggested some algorithms, just distributed parallelization, LP-based algorithms. We learned a lot of this from this session. Sir, you open a new area of research in the field of electrical engineering. Thank you for your time, and we all
Thank you
learn
very much.
more from you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Thanks.
This was indeed an amazing speech, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your time and knowledge with us. I'm
Thank
highly
you very much.
grateful.
Thank you.
So, moving on with the conference, uh, please allow me to welcome our final keynote speaker for the day, Professor Michael, who is also associated with the Electrical Engineering faculty of Wroclaw University of Technology, where he is currently an assistant professor. His area of research concerns power quality, renewable energy sources, electrical energy source systems, virtual power plants, data mining, especially cluster analysis. He is an author and co-author of over 60 scientific publications. So today he will be delivering a speech The short break. We are waiting for our final keynote speaker to come online and join us. Timing will be from 6 p.m. Good evening, Professor. Am I audible?
Good evening. Hello. I hope that I'm also hearable.
You audible, sir?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir,
Okay.
you're audible.
Thank you very much.
Although, sir, I have already given a brief introduction of you, but again, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of Techno NJR Institute of Technology. Thank you for sharing your time with us. I'd like to introduce you to our audience once again. We have with us today our final keynote speaker for the day, Professor Michael Jasinski, who is associated with the Electrical Engineering Faculty, Wroclaw University of Technology, where he's currently working as an assistant professor. His area of research concerns power quality, renewable energy sources, electric energy sources systems, virtual power plants, data mining, especially cluster analysis. And he is also an author and co-author of over 60 scientific publications. Today, he will be delivering a speech on the topic data mining practice in power quality issues. We are very much looking forward to hearing your speech, sir. Over to you.
Okay, so thank you very much for the introduction. I hope you can see my presentation and you can also hear me. Please confirm.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. So thank you very much for the short introduction. As it was mentioned today, I would like to present the topic that concerns data mining application in the power quality issue. So, okay. So before I begin, I would like to say a huge thank you to Professor Prasun for his invitation to this conference. I would like to say thank you for the international cooperation. Thank you for making together plenty of researches and for his cooperation and invitation. So in this moment, I would like to say something about the plan for today. Well, I would like to make a short introduction about myself, then I will skip to the definition of data mining. Then I would like to just discuss what different techniques of data mining are indicated in literature. And then I would like to focus on cluster analysis, and I would like to define what is the difference between the hierarchical and hierarchical approach. And then it will be a short introduction, which would describe more about data mining. Then I will skip and follow to the power quality issue, and it will be like a case study to this issue. And then you will see how data mining may be applied to the issue connected to the mining industry in Poland. And finally, I would like to make some conclusions. So, if you would be interested to check my publication, all the lists are indicated here. But if any of you would be interested to contact me, all the information I'm given below the slide, and it's easy to find me. In this point, I would like to suggest just using ORCID. It's something like a unique open identifier that defines each of the researcher. So I think it would be good. It's of course free. If you want to make your own recognition in point of similar names and different addresses, I suggest just only like a point to the discussion to use the ORCID one. So now I would like to focus on the issue that are connected to the topic of my presentation. So what is data mining? So In literature, you can find plenty of the definitions, and I selected 3 of them. The first one is data mining is a process of discovering interesting patterns and knowledge from large amounts of the data. And the second one is also data mining is the analysis of the often large observational data sets to find unexpected relationships and to summarize the data in novel ways that are both understandable and useful for the data owner. And the last definition is data mining is extraction of implicit, previously unknown and potentially useful information for data. Of course, these are definitions. You can also find other in the literature, but the main point is that firstly, we work on the huge amount of the data. Another one issue is that we should find some previously unknown elements, some novelty that just when analyzing all of them, it's hard to find without the deep analysis of each element. And I think the most important element during the data mining application is that the information that we obtain must be useful for those for who we are realize this data mining. And now I would like to say that there are plenty of different data mining techniques. And today I would like to just only focus on those which were described by Tigre in brochure 292, which are in fact applied to the power transmission field, and what is the difference between these data mining techniques. Well, so classification, we in fact we know at the beginning, we know what will be the final classification. So we divide our data by some features which are previously known. And how do we connect this? It's realized how we can connect this is using decision tree, neutral networks, as well as Bayesian classification. And the main issue is that we previously known what will be what information will be needed. So we can, I don't know, divide humans by the age. I mean, if someone is older than or he is not older than, it's previously, we must previously discount and consider what will be the final classification. The difference is the clustering, and the clustering is that we at the beginning don't know what will be the features. We divide the data into the groups by obtaining the knowledge about the data. So we don't make the class previously. We don't divide the data into the classes because the age is higher or lower, but during that, if we just consider these groups, it's also the final result is some kind of classification from the groups. But in fact, the difference that we cannot describe at the beginning what will be the features of the group. We just calculate this and consider without any a priori. So it's the difference between clustering and the classification. The another data mining techniques may be mining association rules. And it's the technique which looks for the connection between the data. What if some element occur, it means that another element will occur. For example, if there is a customer who buy a milk for the children, he also buy some another items for children, and so on and so on. So we look for some connection between the behavior of our customers, of our data, just to make sure that the connections are done between some data, between some relations. And of course, some techniques or this are indicated in this slide. And the last element, the last data mining technique that I would like today introduce is regression. I mean, we look for some mathematical connections, determine some mathematical function which describe the connection between the data. We of course make some linear cooperation, find to how it's the linear connection, as well as not linear. But for in this moment, I would like to say always the first element of each investigation must be the deep analysis. What is the aim of our research? If we want to divide the humans in point of the humans or some items or some information, we just have to start. What is the aim? What we would like to obtain by using each of this technique, and it's the first stage of our investigation. But I think the most important pros of data mining are the reduction of the huge amount of the data into few basic categories that are representative in point of the data. And also the good element, the good result is that we obtain the uniform groups and we analyze only them to obtain the essential characteristic of them. It's easier to find some important information about the groups that we obtained. And also we obtain the division into groups as the element of the analysis connected due to the same characteristic of the data. So we also know that there are some important relation between them, that in some way they are similar to other as well as dissimilar to the other. So in fact, I think the most important element is that in fact, if we analyze multi-parameter data, which are obtained from a long period of time, so this reduction is very crucial to the second element, which is important for us. I mean, for the analysis, why this classification was obtained, what parameters, what elements were important in point of the next classification or just division into some groups or just finding some relations between the data. And during my presentation, I would like to focus only on cluster analysis. I mean, only on this element that we do not know what are the final classification. I mean, we just come from the set of the data into the division into groups. So I mean, we just move from the data to the knowledge about the object. We don't make any a priori. It's just done that due to that the features of the data are similar. It means that they are similar. And for us, it's important what was the reason that we say, okay, they are similar. And in this point, I would like to say that cluster analysis may be realized in two different approach. The hierarchical one, I mean, we obtain hierarchical methods constitute C classes of N observations, and non-hierarchical approach is that the non-hierarchical methods are based on assigning the observation to real non-C cluster. I mean, basically, we have the final number of clusters, and then we input our data to this cluster. But in hierarchical approach, we connect similar data that are connected step by step. So we make plenty of the classification that are done during our cluster analysis, during our cluster analysis research. And what are the hierarchical methods? Well, there are different methods, like the single link method, in which the measure of this data should be introduced to this cluster or the another is based on the measurement of the smallest dissimilarity of the two elements for each different cluster. And you also can see that there might be used the complete link method, the average link method, But today I would like to focus on the VART method, which is based on the measurement of the similarity between two clusters that are represented by the sum of squares of the deviation inside each cluster. I hope that it will be clear how the VART algorithm works during the presentation of this algorithm. So in the beginning, if we just select the agglomeration cluster analysis, we make initial agglomeration cluster division into M clusters from M data. I mean, each data is separate cluster, and then we just prepare the matrix that represents each data separately. And then we look for the two data or the two group. So in first step, the two data that are the most similar, the measure of the similar is, as indicated, the sum of the squares of the distance. And then we create a new cluster like a connection between these two data. And then we calculate again new matrix in which those two data are connected to one group, and then we compare this connected to data with the others and make a connection. So from the beginning that we have all the data separately, we make the step-by-step connection between the data and the another data, but the new data is the connections of the 2, 3, or more of them. And the final classification is when we obtain the group in which all the data are included. Of course, I would like to say that if we want to obtain the division into 5, 4, 3 groups, we can also say to our algorithm when to stop. Okay, in point of the non-hierarchical methods, I would like to say that there are also differences, and today I would like to focus on the K-mean algorithm, but you also may find the others in the literature with the different objective function. And in point of the cluster analysis, you can see this, how the algorithm works. It just look the maximum value of the objective function, which is described as a distance between the objects that are included in clusters. And in this point, I'd like to mention that, again, we can select different features of how to calculate that data are similar or not, and we also can use different and always the selection of the why this distance should be selected. It's also one of important element of the research, and you can also see that the mostly commonly used is Euclidean distance. We just find some correlations between two of the data, but so we just average that if there's some value which is extremely different from the others, because look, we analyzed the input, for example, for two data, 2, 3, 5 single parameters which describe one object. I don't know, for example, like product, it's the cost, it's I don't know, the size, and for example, so cost and the size, and we calculate the difference between the cost of the first object and the cost of the difference between the size. And if we just sum this difference, so it's Euclidean distance is towarded to the general information about how the data are different, but look on the Chebyshev. It's just select if one of the parameter is totally different, but other are similar. It would include this difference between the most important element. I mean, if only one feature is different, but all other are similar, in point of Euclidean, it will be same. In point of Chebyshev, it just include this value of those which is the most difference between two of the clusters. So in point of the theory, how this data mining are realized, I would like now switch to the analysis of the real case. I mean, how to implement data mining techniques to power quality issue and generally about the electricity, power quality, what is the connection and why it's important? Well, I think for us, it's hard to imagine world without the electric energy. I think we are addicted to this. So the continuous of this delivery of electricity to our homes, it's very important. Even our today conference without the electricity would not be present. And as you can see, there are a lot of renewable energy sources that helps to assure the constance of the power delivery. And with this, there is a problem that they have some impact. And how to know what is this impact? We use data mining. So in this point, I know you are not the electrician. So just I want to show that the power quality issue are connected with different points, with different parameters that describe something that we have in our sockets. This, that we have it, it's the most important parameter, but there are other features which are called like frequency, voltage, harmonics. So the input parameter that describe this electricity consists of few different parameters. And in this point, I would like just show what is the reason, of course, the smile to you that it's not the real reason why we have the problem with electricity. Just like the introduction to my real case study that is analyzing of the measurement in real mining industry. So mining industry is specific industry in which the conscious of electricity delivery is very important because humans work under the ground. So some machines like the welding machines must work all the time just to assure that humans are able to come from the ground to the up. And also, you know that there may be a problem with the water in underground. So I think that selection of mining industry, like input industry, for which the level of power quality is important. And in my case, we analyzed the real mining industry in which there is a distributed generation. I mean, there is a combined heat power plant as well as gas steam units. And in this point, I would like to skip what was the aim of the research. So our first step of investigation, I would like to show what is the impact of this distributed generation to the electrical power networks impact. And also in the point of this classification, I would like to define different working conditions of this industry. So I don't know what are these working conditions, but I want to define them using cluster analysis. So as is included that there is no prior permission of data features that are obtained from the from our data mining realization. And in this point, I know that it may be for you strange what these parameters are, but I would like to say that in first step, the problem is similar for the data. If we have different parameters, there is also different aggregation. I don't know, we calculate something with 10-minute interval, some of them with 15. In real life, we have the same problems. And the first problem is how to make the same aggregation for the all parameters that we have. So it's the first step on the investigation. That's why I selected the last group, but it's maybe used in other problems too. Sometimes in point of electricity, we know that some values is like voltage are described by three similar face-to-face values, and how are they similar or not, but the input is three values. And also the problem is always the same, that each of the data set is affected by specific working conditions, which are in fact does not describe the real fact. I mean, something happened in the system, and before the analyzing of the huge amount of the data, we have to make some cleaning of the data. I mean, to exclude some values that are not correct in point of, I don't know, how the measurement device work correct or not, or something happened from the system which is higher than our measurement system, and or something happened that should be excluded from the data. And in point of the power quality, this issue are voltage event, that something happened not from the side of the user, from the customer, but it comes from the system, and this element should be excluded. So it's also the problem how to start with this. And also, if we analyze some different measurement points, I don't know, the different companies, can we just make an approach which is that we arise data mining separately of each element, or we can move to the one area related, because they are related in some way point. And now I would like to just show what was the size of the matrix. I had these parameters, which were 14 of them. My data set was represented by 10 minutes data from 9 weeks for 4 measurement points. So I had over 500,000 of single values. So analyzing by the human data by data, it's hard to obtain any knowledge about this data. And now I would like to say that application of Kamin algorithm with this Chebyshev distance, which was towarded to the maximalization, that only one parameter was different from the others, was applied to exclude voltage event. And I would like to say that the efficiency of application this Chebyshev distance assured the classification of the data with the 99.8 efficiency. So I think in point of analyzing 500,000 of the data, the efficiency in over 99.8% should be sufficient. And so the first step, the Kamin algorithm, in which we decide to divide into 2 groups, the groups which are, let's say, healthy, and the second group, which represent the data with voltage event, was satisfactorily applied with agglomerative approach. So we see that this division into, maybe I would back. So this division into 2 groups, in which one group was healthy and the second one was not healthy, just like a comparison, we just obtain the knowledge. Okay, we can apply Kamin algorithm with Chebyshev distance to exclude some voltage event problems. And the second element of my investigation was how to find and describe the impact of gas steam unit to electrical power network of mining industry. And this time I applied the BART algorithm. Now I would like to just only show what is the active power, I mean the power of this mining industry during the measurements. Of course, we can see this as a human analysis, that something changed here. And it was the moment when distributed generation was just off. So this time it's on, this time is off. just to know what was the measurement time during this period of time. And when we realized the hierarchical cluster analysis, we obtained the dendrogram. The dendrogram shows how the data were connected into the groups. And of course, in this point, it's hard to say, okay, so what's the optimal number of the final classification, of the final number of clusters? And it's not easy to say that the unique approach is we can analyze that if this line is long, it means that the data are different between, because this value is the connection distance. And always it's important just to select some of the algorithms that are used to say, okay, let's stop in this way. So our final number of cluster is, like in my example, 2, 3, 5, 4. And now I would like to skip to the results. I mean, the results were the first classification, as you saw, was with the distance around 150, 160. And the deviation into two groups just assure the working condition in which we see that, okay, maybe start with what's the, we analyze the real case study in which we know how was this mining industry work, and we know that there are some shifts in which the employees just work or not. We also saw that in system there was a reconfiguration. I mean that some loads were supplied from one or the another line, so it was specific working condition. And the last element was the distributed generation, in which it works or not. And when I realized the division using word cluster analysis, I into only two groups, so the final classification was equal to 2. We see this impact of distributed generation and maintenance break. So we obtain the classification in which, in fact, our maintenance, our cluster 2 is specific, in which distributed generation is working, this row's working condition, as well as there are maintenance break. So in fact, from the knowledge that we obtain such classification, we can say how the mining industry is working in fact. And also when we increase the number of final classification, we can see that different other working conditions were indicated. And now, like a small summary of this working condition, I would like to say that my aim was that when I applied only power quality measurements, is it possible to define what is the impact of distributed generation? And I can say yes, because the impact of distributed generation is observable. I mean, now we have the division of data. And now if we just compare for this small, only 6 groups, so only 6 parameters, only 6 groups are compared, we compare the different working conditions like distributed generation, maintenance breaks, and we see that this classification is analyzing only small groups which are obtained by the features of the data, and we can now respond this to the working condition of some important elements. So in fact, we just obtain one unknown cluster. So we couldn't say that it was impact of distributed generation, it was impact of reconfiguration, it was impact of maintenance. We obtain one specific cluster from the data. And then I said to those who work there in mining, in this short period of time, you had a problem. And they found that the problem was that on one machine, there was some mistake. So we obtained the knowledge about the object from this classification. And of course, if we make a comparison with this cluster, we can say that the power quality is better when it's working or not, but it's not the point of our research, because I know it's more important for electrician, but it's just know to how compare them just only between the cluster, not the whole period of time. And another element of my investigation was how to minimize the input size of the matrix. And as you can see, I realized importance rate. So how one parameter has an impact to the final classification. And we can see that this face-to-face value are in some way connected. So I decided to make a connection in the input data set to connect this three face-to-face value into one mean value. So I reduced the size from 14 single parameter to 6, let's say some global values, and then realized the same cluster analysis. And I would like to say that the final classification into groups was around 95% of the data, with obtaining around 60%. We just reduced the number of input parameters around 60%. So it's important always to analyze, are there connection between the groups, just to make sure that we can minimize the size of the parameters. And now I like to make just some key findings about my presentation. And also there are different data mining techniques. And always as a first step is just selection what we would like to obtain. And I suggest to use clustering when we would like to make a division of the data in points of the features. And the hard element of each investigation is to define the input data set. And the problem with them are different for different issue, but always the complexity of the data. Can we just minimize the input of the data? How to exclude, how to make the first element, how to make the cleaning of the data. The problems are similar. So looking for the solution, even if we analyze different data, are similar. And also that if we select some different algorithms like the input, which define the distance between the data, we always obtain another classification. So always it's good to analyze 5, 4, or 6 different algorithms just to compare the values that we obtain. And always it's important to look for some optimization, how to reduce the number of the data. But computers make this for us. The calculation are realized by the programs, but I think the hardest element is still the quality assessment, which just because we obtain some clusters, but how to define, are they good or not? It's still the place for the expert job in this area. So IT is the support to our investigation in real cases in different area of the lives. I would like to say that the presented results are part of free articles which are indicated here. And at the beginning, I would like to make an invitation to the whole of the community. If you would interested in the issue of power quality on machine learning, data mining on machine learning application in anything with electricity power system, I would like to kindly invite to the to publish in special issue in which I'm guest editor. And I think we just skip to the question time. If you have any question, feel free now to ask me.
Hello, am I audible, Professor? Yes, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Hello, sir. It's my honor to talk to you, Professor.
Yeah, it's nice to see you and hear you.
Yes, sir. So I would like to thank you on the behalf of Techno India NJR Institute of Technology for managing this wonderful talk in a such short notice. And also want to contemplate the points where Professor told us about the data mining techniques in the basis of power transmission field, mainly based on the cluster analysis and ward algorithm and so on, was really informative and interesting from electrical power quality point of view. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much for this nice speech. It was nice to hear you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yes, any questions? Okay, so Samina ma'am, over to you. Hello.
Thank you so much, Professor. It was really a wonderful and insightful speech. Now I would request Professor Yogendra Singh Solanki to conclude the meeting for today.
Thank you
Over
very
to
much,
you.
ma'am. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. So today we came to the end of the day one of the RACT 2020, the International Conference on Recent Advances in Computational Technology. So a very good evening to our most valued guests, faculty members, management committee members, organizing teams, and all the participants who have participated in the today's session, who are attending since morning all these sessions. So it's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. So I, on behalf of the team Techno India NJR, I would like to extend my most sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Indrajit Pal, Asian Institute of Technology, and our keynote speakers, Dr. Sandeep Podar, Dr. Mark Go, Dr. Siano, and Dr. Michael, who spared the time from their busy schedule to grace the occasion. I thank all the speakers for gracing your crucial work and sharing your findings and opinions with us and the other participants. So further, I mention my deepest sense of appreciation and would place my thanks to all the organizing committee members without whose efforts this function would not be even a possible one. So I would like to thank one and all, and would like to thank all the keynote speakers once again for providing the lectures on the topics. Thank you very much to all. Thank you. Tomorrow we will have the second day of the event. So hope all the participants and attendees will attend and we'll have some more insightful lectures tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you. So with this, I'd like to conclude the today's event and we'll meet tomorrow in the morning. Thank you very much. Thank you.